Oh, we already have. I clicked the wrong button. Cool, I just wanted to double check everything. That we have the correct settings for very high chat performance, but I think it's fine. Like looking at the preview in YouTube Studio, I think, yeah, it looks like around 10-second delay. Perfect. Yeah, sorry for the slight delay, although I think nobody's here yet. As always, I had a little bit of technical issues to start. Perfect. Yes, I tried to improve a couple of things for the stream. I noticed that last time the audio was really shitty, and the reason was that I used the audio from my airport microphone and not from the super expensive Rode microphone I have over there. I mean, hey, it's still like quite shitty in here because it's like super echoey. I don't have curtains, as you can see. That would most likely help a lot. Yes. What do we do today? So maybe let's just quickly kick off what I did since the last stream. Oh yeah, I also have a very fancy new, it's a microphone stand technically, but I use it for the iPhone camera here. And it hopefully will allow me to do like something like this, which is so cool. I wish like it was like 20 euros on Amazon. It's like quite nice. And I don't know why I didn't do this like 2 weeks ago, but yeah, I'm still like I'm not sure if I will do this forever kind of like phase with the streaming, and I want to just like not invest like a shitload of money in stuff I will not need. But a microphone arm will be always handy. So yeah, that's what I printed basically. Not sure if you remember or like if you watched the last stream, but I had this like almost empty spool of Filamentum PLA, and yeah, I just printed the rest, like what you see here in the printer. This is it. Like there's no spool anymore. This is like just it's stuck somewhere, but yeah, this is the rest of the filament. Okay, it's stuck. Just believe me, there's like maybe like half a meter left. Here's the end. That's the end. Yeah, so what did I print? We printed this one in the last stream. That's the first print this printer ever produced. And we had a couple of issues here, right? So we had this intermittent like extrusion issue. Yeah, you can see that. So here and there, and yeah, it's basically all over the place. Yeah, you see here it's like also like a gap. So this was the number one. Overall, like it's okay. Like we had a bit of stringing, which is linked to the extrusion issue actually. So this was the first one. This was basically just the standard Voron 0 profile in Prusa slicer. This one, at the end of the last stream, I think we kicked off the second attempt on the print, and it has the exact same issues. So you see also here, there's the same extrusion issues, incidentally almost in the same spots. You see like both times on the bow, you have the same issue. The second time it's a bit worse because like it's really like dragging along to the back of the, not sure what we call it, like hut on the boat. But yeah, so it's the same. And also like still like a fair bit of string. You see it like here at the chimney, like there's a little bit of stringing going on, and yeah, not nice. So this was then basically like, I went to bed, this finished, and then in the morning I kicked off the same print, but in full scale. And I figured like maybe these extrusion issues are just like, because we were printing quite small, I don't know, whatever. But yeah, no, it continued over to the large print. It's a really cool print. I actually want to like properly print it at some point as a like shelf piece. Like, I really like it. What you see here, there's the same extrusion issues. The layer stacking is also not super nice, but it's a different thing, I guess. Same extrusion issues here, and yeah, also done here. So this was an issue I need to fix. And the solution was quite simple actually. In Prusa slicer, here we go. So basically, as mentioned, I just kicked off with the standard Voron profile. And the problem here was that if you just like use the standard Voron profile for the Voron 0 in Prusa slicer, and it seemingly is the same in Cura, what I now read up, is an extruder the retraction length is set to 3 millimeters, and there's a quite aggressive Z-hop with 0.4. And it basically causes extrusion issues because, yeah, it's just way too much retraction. I just put now 0.5, like without any testing. It's just like the recommended value for direct drive seemingly. So I just put that, and I left a little tiny bit of Z-hop. Not sure if that hurts or is good, or I don't know, but I just left it. So that fixed the extrusion issues. The stringing as well. So that, yeah, just like wrong configuration for default profile. It's configured for the bowden setup, which I'm not quite sure if that's the right way to do it. For printer, that's almost exclusively for direct drive. There's a little tiny message in the chat preview here. I don't know. Let me quickly check that. Maybe the chat is down. Nobody sent anything yet, but let's just make sure this works. Yes, it's so small. Chat disconnected, successfully connected. Okay, I guess this works then. Oh no, now it's broken. What do I do? Oh no. Never touch a running system. But yeah, you see, like, it's a very simple system. It's just a HTML window. I don't know why it now resized. Now it's all over the place. Oh god. Oh god, now it's broken everywhere. Oh. It's not my day with technical issues. I'm very sorry. I have to fix it in every scene? I thought I was supposed to carry over. Well, I just counted under technical issues. Give me a second. I just hope nobody's watching yet, so I have plenty time to fix up things that should work. Okay, it won't be pixel perfect aligned, but it will work somehow. This one is fine, this one is fine, this one is not fine yet. Yeah, definitely to get a better setup with that going. That's for next time. I could have just copied it most likely from one scene to the next. Okay, yeah, something like this. Okay, it's not pixel perfectly lined, but at least it's... here it's still broken. Okay, we won't need to see. Okay, sorry for... Okay, let me just... I'm sorry. Here we go. Okay, this now works somehow. Okay, never mind. Where were we? Okay, so these were the prints. So this one was the last one that was kind of broken. I printed this twisted Voron cube, which turned out okay. Like there's still like this looks not very extreme, but actually is kind of extreme. But yeah, you see like there are like definitely like layer inconsistencies here, like from the stacking, which is something we need to look at. My suspicion is because I see that the bed is like a little bit like moving. Vibrating is the wrong word, but like there's definitely like a little bit of like movement. Like, and I'm not sure if it's up, down, left, right. But like if the printer is moving, like there's some movement in the bed. So that's something we need to check. But it's like it's a usable print. So it's like also like inside the bridge looks quite fine. Like not sure how much you can see inside there, but yeah, that looks quite fine. And yeah, this is quite a cool print. Like it's a very, very nice fidget toy. I like that. Yeah, and then I printed a hex scraper because I was also printing like tons of like squares on the bed to check out the bed level. They were like quite a pain to get off, and this like made it a little bit easier. And I printed like a whole set of the color swatch cards. I think Steve made them actually. But yeah, they're really nice because you can test the bridging in here. You have this hexagon has 1 layer, that's 2 layer. The background is 3 layer. You get like some stringing in between the Voron bars. It's a really nice little test print. Actually, I have them for all the filaments and are tuned with bushel sizer. Like this definitely needs more work. I'm not quite sure if this is like the first, last, or middle, but so some issues I still have is like there's a little bit of like gaps here in between the parameters. This might be like a flow issue. Like I slowed down the print a bit and this went away. But this one is also quite bad. I'm not quite sure what the issue is here. But yeah, the printer's not fully tuned, so that's fine. But yeah, it's usable. Like it's not perfect print quality or anything, but it's usable. And yeah, we still have one one in here we have to get off. Cool. Yeah, so those are the prints. So it's printing, which is more than I ever hoped for, to be honest. Which is pretty cool. Let me just move that all to the side. And yes, then let's just check out what we want to do today. So, if we come back to our beautiful manual. So basically we left off after electronics and wiring, which means there are 2 more sections we need to take care of. One is skirts and panels, and the other one is the top hat. That's kind of what I want to do today. So I just want to enclose it today and kind of finish off the manual. The reason is I kind of like, I enjoyed printing ABS, and it was a little bit painful on my ender for some. There was a little bit of like curling issues because the fan shroud is really bad. It like basically passively blows air on the ABS parts, which causes curling. But yeah, I really look forward to like printing a little bit of ABS on that. So that's why we want to enclose it. After that's done, that's most likely the next stream. I don't know like how quick or slow the panels go on. I have a couple of small mods I want to make. I want to install a Pi camera. Tool had LEDs for the afterburner. Actually have them. Maybe I quickly show that. Just a sneak peek, but I received this little package here. So this is the Adafruit Sequence LD in white. I think there's an RGB version, but I don't have the connectors necessary on toolhead board to connect RGB. So I stuck with white, which is like it's functional. Like I know I lose like at least 150% print speed by not having RGB, but this will make it nicer to like look at the print. So basically I have just like plus minus, and they go in here. So yeah, I also got like super thin wire. This is AWG 30, and actually you get like 4 wires now through this like little cable channel here. So I think 28 is fine. But then I had like a couple of like 28 wire from like breadboard wires, and they didn't fit. Like 2 didn't fit through here. So maybe 30 is what you need. I don't know. But yeah, in the end, like the LEDs will go basically here in this like spot here. And then you see the wires, basically the LED goes on top of here. And then the wires come out on the back. Yeah, that's kind of like how this goes together. So a little bit of soldering. We will need to crimp some connectors, and that will be fun. So that's next time. And I'm not quite sure yet, but I also want to have like general like LED lighting in there. But I also want to have a camera in there. So that's also like a project we want to tackle. Yeah, I guess let's just throw on some skirts. Not much else to do, right? Now let's quickly also check out the printed parts. It's the fasteners. Here, skirts. I repurposed the boxes from all the parts. See, now we can already do that. Isn't that nice? So we have this is a front skirt with it's basically a separate print. It's just pushed in. The manual says you can glue it, but this was for me like a one-time fit. This will never come out again. Like, it was really tight. We have 2 of those, like for both sides, and this part I think goes in the middle. You also see my skirt prints are not perfect. Like, there's some gaps in the top layers of the, like here you see it. I printed the ABS a little bit too cold. Like, when I printed them, I didn't quite figure out the temperature yet. So it was printed 240. In the end, I printed at 255, the panel stuff, and it was much nicer. But yeah, so like, it's nobody will see it. And it's easy to reprint if I'm bothered by it in the future. And then we have those 4 are the side panels, and this one goes to the back. Yeah. I guess we don't need the manual for that, but let's be good Voron builders and follow the manual. And they start in the sides. So we need M3x6s. Let me see if we need anything else. M3x6, M3x6. We pushed them in already and they're not coming out again. M3x6. Yeah, we don't have a display. So it will be all M3x6, I guess. Cool. Let's find some M3x6. Yep, here we go. I really like this. Like, I should have gotten this like way earlier. Oh yeah, and those we will need in. I hope I have enough. I think that's 80. It's a no drop mod to slide in. In the beginning I printed 40, I thought it was enough, but then I printed another 40, I thought it was enough, and then I had to print another 20, I think. And it's like all in there, and these are just the ones like I had like 4 left or something. Now I printed another 80, so let's hope this is enough. Yeah, these are still tools. Didn't really need that, but it's nice. We need the magnets soon for doors, so let's also get them out. Hex nuts, let's get those out. I don't think we need heat inserts anymore. That's M3x8, 10. There's a random washer, let's get that back. 12. 6. Exactly, we have plenty of those left. Is there M3x6 in there? Maybe. Can use up I'm always in favor of using up the small random bags. 12, 10, 8, nope. Okay, but another bag we can remove. Perfect. I guess we have all we need for now. Yeah, I guess we also should turn it off. Don't do it at home. Always like properly shut down your Raspberry. Don't want to like teach you bad things here. Let's unplug that, and I think we don't need that for a bit. Let's see. We can do that. Let me scooch over a bit. Maybe let's quickly start by getting tools we need. Our trusty screwdriver, and there should be somewhere. Ah, yeah. We will need this too. Okay. Yeah, let's start by removing this. Like, I wonder why my chat constantly disconnects. Like, I see nobody's, like, the one in the video stream. Like, I see that nobody's chatting, so it's sad but understandable. It's like Saturday, the weather is nice. I wouldn't be here either if I would have known how nice the weather is. But that's what we have to deal with, right? Yeah, I guess like we can. Oh, let me see if you see. So I just ignore my perfect color color matching fashion here. Yeah, I guess we can just start with those back skirts here if we're already on that side, right? Let's get out a couple of those, and I'm pretty sure this will be Allen wrench territory. Not hide that behind me or the chat, the disconnected chat. What does it say? Unable to connect to chat. Oh God. Okay. That's not going well today with the chat, is it? Let's see, it doesn't want to go in. Here we go. Yeah, there are some gaps here. It's most like my printed parts not being perfect. I guess skirts also don't need to be like hyper precise. The first skirt, isn't it nice? I mean, let me quickly double check this chat window madness here. I mean, this wasn't a problem last time. Let me quickly break it deliberately and then just set it back to the correct URL. Here we go. Now it should be reset. Yeah, everywhere. Oh God. Let's hope, fingers crossed, it will work now. Okay, and let's rotate it over. And yes, I'm ignoring the manual. I think we can figure that out. So we have two side pieces. They are mirrored. Yeah, that's mirrored. So I see that goes on like this. I guess, yes. And we have some preloaded nuts down here. 4, which makes sense because we need to have one here and one on that side. Let me try to align that. Yeah, it's sitting on the filament, which I could just like cut off, to be honest. Not like we need that anymore. Okay, so that's the wrong side. That needs to go a bit more. That looks about right, and this one needs to go more towards that direction. Perfect. I think it's intended because it's open on the back, like it's a U shape. I think it's intended to put in the screws first. Let me actually use a screwdriver, which is way easier. And then you can just slide it onto it and then tighten the screws. That's actually like that's a very nice design. I can fully support that. That also would make aligning the drop-in or the nuts, preload nuts, much easier. Let me just give you like a quick glimpse of what I'm doing here actually. Maybe it's like, ooh, I loosened the screw accidentally. Oop. That's nice. Like I can move this like freely around. It's like very nice. And if I don't accidentally loosen the screw, like I can, there's a little bit of friction to like change it, which is great. Okay. And the back was a little bit like too far apart, and here's a little bit too tight. That's also like I didn't align it properly. Let's here we go. Okay. Perfect. Now you can access it from below and tight. This is a very, very nice design. I like that. Let's make sure it's kind of like aligned. Yeah, this is what I... maybe I reprint them like in one piece. It would be nicer if it's like one part. I mean, in the end, you won't really... I'm now annoyed, but like, I will never notice again. Let's put it to the other side. That's the front. Yeah, same deal here. So basically, these have the access hole on the bottom and are open with the U-shape on top. So let's just put some screws in first, then we can slide that stuff around. I'm very proud of myself. So far I did not forget a single preloaded nut. Let's see how long the streak lasts. Yep. The last one. Like it's it's easy for me to hit. That's like one downside. I need to get a little bit better with that. Okay. Now we can just do that. Why is it not sitting straight? What? Where are you? Oh, there's the PSU stuff in the back. Okay. It's on the switch here. That's why it's rocking a little bit up and down. That's fine. It's somewhat pre-tightened that. That's like not sliding around anymore. Then let's do the other side. Or let's do the center piece first, I think. So let's just slide it over. And then this goes here. Okay, and then we can push that towards the other part. Okay, and then there's one left. Yeah, it's very easier to slide it on the base. Oh, perfect. Just straighten out. And then here again, there's a little bit too much space. That's a shame. Let's maybe push it together in the middle. And we kind of like have an even spacing. I'd rather have like the gaps left and right. Let's see if we push a tiny bit over there. The piece doesn't slide. Maybe add a display in the future, but I really don't like how Klipper is doing displays. Like the Marlin display looks really nice. Like it's like on the Ender, the old OG Ender Marlin menu. It's like it's old school, but it's very nicely made. I liked it way more than the Klipper menus are just like, yeah, they don't care about the menus, I think, or like the displays. Okay, so now we have, let me just get a little bit more up. Tiny bit of gap here, which is still more than here, so. Let's just align it bit more, and also let's make, to have something, let's just use our hex scraper here just to make sure this is kind of like straight. Let's install that. And then this, yeah, now it looks kind of even. Let's tighten that again. Like, I know I don't have to over tighten the skirts, but if you tighten the screws, there's like a little bit of a crackling sound, which I don't like. So maybe my parts are not quite good here. Perfect. This looks nice. Like, it would be nicer without the the gaps, but you can't have it all, I guess. And this one we already know. Let's move that stuff around a bit. Oh, they slide away nicer. Okay. I'm not quite sure yet if I like the no drop mod to be like hyper tight or whether I like it a little bit loose. Like if it's loose, it's easier to adjust, but then also like slides around on its own. I mean, super loose is basically pointless. Like I have a couple of them which are like super loose, and they slide out on their own, which kind of like defeats the purpose of having them in the first place. Because the idea is like that they don't fall out. Okay. Oh, I tightened this too much. Here we go. Let me also give you like this angle again. Yeah, and here we have to kind of like push down a bit to make sure the cables are in check. Then this one needs to be quite close to this one, and that one needs to go all over there. Yeah, like like the front is quite loose, and this one is now like hyper tight again. But I also tightened the screws too much again. Ugh. Okay, let's see. Perfect. Like this one's like perfect fit. Just make sure this is all straight and nice. So let me just use this as an alignment helper again. Just pushing up from below. I mean, this isn't like super crucial, it's just visual for it to be aligned. Here we go. Nice and flush. Perfect. Yeah, all the skirts. Let me give you a tour. So this is side one. This is the back with the switch that was rocking around, and the other side. And of course, the front. Yeah, there's a little bit of restriction in the movement. I can't quite position it always like I wanted. Cool. Let's quickly check this side again. That it's aligned exactly, because here it's not as nicely aligned as the other side. So let's also quickly redo that. And then I think this is the skirt part already, which was a fair bit quicker than I thought. So let's just push up on this. Yeah, and this one too. And last but not least, now it's flush. Perfect. That was quick. I mean, yeah, it's like not anything complicated or something, so to be expected. One part box empty. Perfect. Let me get rid of that. Off it goes. Yeah, but if we check here, like this also looks no okay. So like the cables are kind of like bent here a bit, but they're like not. Oh yeah, and I replaced this. I'm sure I mentioned it at some point, but this was super loose and now it's very tight, which is how we want it. Perfect. Starts looking like a complete printer. So then yeah, let's just, I mean, it's not like I can print anything with that anymore, so let's just get rid of that. Yeah, this is how much is left. With bowden extruder, you couldn't do anything with that anymore. Yeah, this like it looks very clean and nice. I'm quite happy with that. Oh, it's also nice. Like here, this like hooks into the fan a bit and props up the fan, which is like only mounted on this side. So that's also nice. Cool. Yeah. Then let's check what the manual has to say. We kind of like skipped over a lot of things. Yeah, we did that. We did that. That is done. We don't have display. We just have the placeholder. Bottom panel. Yes. So I just moved it over here, and let's get a little bit of an overview. So we have parts for the panels, which is this nice box here. There's basically like two sections. This came from the main kit. There are a couple more actually that we don't need. So they're like the kit includes the panels for the old printed top hat as well. We don't need them, and also like the 0.1 deck panel, which is this one. But we use the 0.2 deck panel. Yeah, this one is for the back, rear panel bottom, and rear panel top. And these are side panel, front door. Yeah, the front door actually has CNC'd spots for the magnets, which is very appreciated by me because I'm really bad at aligning stuff like that. Then this little tiny mini piece here, that's the mount for the Nevermore V5. I just want to quickly put this in before we put in the panels. Like this will go here basically. Just easier to do it before you mount the panels, so let's do that. Hey, welcome to the stream. Thank you. Then we have the short extrusions for like the vertical parts of the top hat and the long ones. I'm a little bit skeptical here because we know that these are 0.5 millimeter shorter than the extrusions from the main kit, so that will be fun. And then just put it aside. These are the top hat side panels, and let's kind of save this somewhere. The top hat top panel, which is a nice word. Also put that to the side, and then all at the bottom we find what we need right now, which is the bottom panel. It's not actually like, it's not about patience, to be honest. Like, it's actually like a super fun project to build. I expected myself to kind of lose interest halfway through. I mean, like, I'm building now I need to sum it up. Like I streamed like most of it, minus some troubleshooting I did on the side, and I think like it took me like 12 hours so far. I had a really bad issue in the beginning where I basically had to like the core frame, like those extrusions, like how they are put together. I had to rebuild that like 3 times. I basically was like done with all the frame and like let me zoom out. So basically everything was on, including like this beam here. And basically the issue was that when I moved it forward, when I moved it from back to front, this like column here basically moved in and out. And yeah, that's not okay because basically like your printer isn't square. And yeah, so I basically went from this state back to like this state 3 times until I figured out that actually like those 4 extrusions from the top head, I mixed one of them into the main extrusion set. And that basically, because they're they're the same length technically, but they're ever so slightly shorter. And then everything like nothing aligned. And it took me a really long time to figure out what the issue was. That was like really, really bad. But man, like it's printing now. Like we did some prints last stream. It's not perfect, but it's printing, and this is so cool. Like to have that printing. I'm so proud and happy. It's not terrible. Like it's not great quality so far. A lot of time still has to go into that, but it's printing, which is fun. Like it's really cool. I'm really happy about that. Yeah, it's like it looks nice. Like it's kind of coming together step by step. Put that away. So let's put on the bottom panel. Yeah, I also put on those little felt thingies here on top, which I shouldn't have, I guess. But they really help with the vibrations of the printer. So my experience with Klipper is mixed. So compared, like I really only used it like for a week now, and like basically these are okay, can't show you, but basically these are all my Klipper prints I ever did. Like that's all. That's all my Klipper prints and those. So I have limited Klipper experience. So far, it's a really cool system. Like what I really like are the macros, where you can basically build like little programs. Like yesterday I was a guest on the Infill podcast, and I had this printer sitting on the desk behind me. And I just wrote a Klipper macro that moved the tool head left and right 10,000 times. So the printer was like moving in the background, and seemingly everyone was thinking I'm printing, but it was just like a macro. So I really love macros because you can do really cool stuff with it. Or like, you know, you can like change how your printer homes, in which order X, Y, Z is homed and stuff. And it's like really easy to do so because it's just like very simple G code. So that's really cool. The downside, of course, of Klipper is it's a much more complex system, right? So if you have a Marlin printer, technically all you need to print something is SD card. No matter like what's up with your Raspberry or with your computer, whatever, like you can always like have a G-code file on an SD card, smash that SD card in the printer, and it prints. Like there's no like dependencies basically onto anything. With Klipper, it's a very complex system, right? Because you have the Raspberry, which has a Klipper software. You have at least one printer mainboard. This printer actually has 2 printer mainboards, right? It has the SKR Mini E3 here, which is like, not E3, SKR Pico, which is like the mainboard basically. So it has the stepper drivers here and everything. But you also have this board here on the side, which is actually, they have the same chip. This is a full printer mainboard basically. It's just like not having stepper drivers, but like it's responsible for the tool head. So like you see like there's one single wire coming off from this tool head board, and this goes into this board, and this board basically for Klipper they are the same. So it's a much more complex setup. And what happened for me, like, let me quickly show you. So I was playing around with mainsail because, you know, it was new and fun and, wait, I'm in the wrong browser. I was playing around with mainsail. Oh, it's offline at the moment, of course. Yeah, it's offline. But basically, mainsail has a button where you can update your Raspberry, which is nice, you know. And I was like playing around and so like, oh, updates available for your Raspberry. And I didn't set up anything yet. And I was like, okay, let's update everything so it's you know, like I'm building onto the latest stuff before, like, yeah. And I updated it and I restarted the Raspberry like a couple hours later. Like I just pulled the plug and like restarted basically, and nothing worked anymore. Like Klipper couldn't connect to this mainboard anymore. It couldn't connect to that mainboard anymore, and everything was broken. At this point, basically, the printer was useless, right? So you did an update, and everything is just broken. And I mean, in the end, it wasn't like a terrible issue to debug. And I mean, I'm a software engineer. I'm kind of know my way around my way around Linux a bit. Not an expert, but it's okay. And I could fix it in like 45 minutes. But basically what happened is like there's a bug in an updated package. So you have to downgrade the package again. And what happened is basically there's this ls/def/serial/byid command that you use in the beginning to set everything up. And this command was just broken suddenly. So Klipper couldn't find the boards anymore. And yeah, so it's like the up and down side, right? Like Klipper is this very like cool system that has a lot of features that Marlin does not. But on the other side, it's more fragile, just with more complexity, right? Like comes more things that can break. So yeah, that's kind of like the up and down side of Klipper, how I see it at the moment. Like it's a more modern system. It's more capable, for sure. But yeah, it's also like more expensive because you need a Raspberry or Raspberry alternative. And you need, yeah, it's like more difficult, plain simple. So here's the thing, like with the latest Marlin update, they also now have input shaping. So if you just want to like have faster print speeds or something, you don't necessarily need to go to Klipper anymore, right? You could also check out if your I don't know what your mainboard supports, but if you have like a fairly modern mainboard, wait, we have to do this peel properly. That needs to be on camera. Only good peels here. Well, that came off quite well. I had one panel that was horrific to peel. Let's get that started again. Let me also quickly like zoom in because it's really hard for me to read your messages. Like super small. Here we go. So I'm not sure how hot the processor gets. That was never an issue I had with Marlin or Klipper so far. I mean, technically, I would assume that the processor on, like the printer mainboard would have less to do on Klipper because all the kinematics are coming from the Raspberry. But if the Raspberry gets hotter, I'm not sure. That's something I would need to test out. That I can't tell you. But to be honest, like I don't feel like that cooling is such a massive issue for electronics and 3D printing. Like I never had issues with that. And even if, like, let me quickly put on the feet, then I'll show you what this printer has for cooling. And it's like very minuscule. And that's plenty already, I guess. Well, if the fans are loud, that's more like a fan issue, right? Like most likely you could swap out the fans with something more quiet. Also, like some Marlin mainboards have the ability to control the fan of the controller. Like older mainboards or cheaper ones, put back on the felt pads, I like them. They basically have the controller fan on 24/7. Well, 50 decibels is loud. I'm obsessed with like quiet printers. Like this one is like on the edge of being okay for me. I may work a little bit on it. Okay, so basically this is the electronics here. And so you see this, the printer mainboard, it has this like very big heatsink here, but it's not really like cooled actively. There's no fan on this side. On this side with the Raspberry, like the kit came with this little copper heatsink thingy here, which I glued on. Also for my Ender 3 that runs Marlin and Octoprint, I also have like a little heatsink glued on here. And then on the bottom, this is the only fan. And mind you, this is not like the fan you most likely think in your mind of. This printer is tiny, right? This is, I hate this measurement thing. This one is 30 millimeters. So that's not the 40 millimeter fan that you most likely have in your printer. It's 30, it's like, it's even smaller. So this one is a really tiny fan. And it's actually, I didn't see it turn on so far, but I also had it open. So yeah, also like, I'm living in a very small place and I have the exact same thing. So my Ender, I can't really show it for you right now because it's like over there. But I really tuned it to be hyper silent, and it's really, 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 really silent. Like it's I replaced all fans on the Ender with it's the same fans I have in my PC. It's Noise Blocker Pro fans, I think. It's a German company, not super big, but the fans are excellent, and I have them all over the printer. So I have them on the tool head for part cooling and for the hot end. I have the controller fan with that, and I replaced on my Ender, the PSU fan was insanely loud, and I replaced that. Let me actually quickly show you. 1 second. Here you go. I'm not quite sure what you see, but yeah. So at the moment I have the Ender in this like enclosure because I printed ABS. And this is the PSU, so I replaced the fan with like a big, this barely turns on. So it turns on for like 30 seconds, and if it turns on, it's inaudible. Like it's a really nice fan. And in here, I actually switched back to the Creality fans now for the ABS printing because I had issues with the other fans in the enclosure. So right now it's not super quiet because I focus on ABS. It's also like the Nevermore was here, which is on itself is quite loud, but then I had the enclosure was fine. And then for the controller, can you see it? Yeah. So this is a 60 millimeter fan, which is it's the same model as the one on top. It's just like a different size. And this one runs on 5 volts and it's also inaudible, but it also cools the controller a lot, like really a lot. It's just like from the size, it's pushing way more air. And then what I did now for the enclosure, you see back here, this one is another 40 millimeter fan. It's the same model as the one on top, and this one it's just different size. And this just pushes in like cold air, because like the enclosure inside got around 40 degrees. So I wanted to push in cold air for the electronics back here. And turning on this fan, like the Raspberry had 60 degrees without it, and I turned it on and it went down to 30. The Raspberry sits directly down here, and then the control mainboard is here. But it also like this should be fine. I have not clue what you wrote because that's away, but yeah. So for the Raspberry, if you don't get temperature warnings, it's fine. Like Octoprint will tell you when the Raspberry runs too hot. I think the temperature is around 80 degrees when it will start to complain. You can get any fan that is silent. This one is really hard to get because it's a really small company. But I think for printing, like the Noctua fans are quite popular. And yeah, Also, Sunon has very quiet, good fans, and not all of them. Sunon has tons of fans, but yeah, some Sunon are quiet. The problem is just that most quiet fans run on 12 volts, and most printers run on 24 volts. So you always have to convert that, which yeah, it's something you need to do, and I am terrible at that. That's why the fan runs on 5 volts for me, because I had like 5 volts available. But controlling the tool head fans at 12 volts is a little bit fishy. Like, you find a lot of videos on YouTube how to do that. But yeah, I'm not an expert on it, and I really don't want to give you bad advice. But if you like check out on YouTube, like Teaching Tech has a lot of videos on that. I think most of the 3D printing YouTubers at some point made a video. Yeah, Sunon or Noctua. That would be like my advice. But it's just like, for Sunon, just check out the exact model, and there are also a lot of like fake Sunons around. In doubt, ask in the 3D printing Discord or in the Octoprint Discord. Most likely some people have better advice than me. But yeah, like if you replace the fans, that's one thing. The other thing, if you want to make your printer silent, right, is the mainboard makes a huge difference. For example, the Ender 3 or Ender 3 Pro mainboards have older stepper drivers, which are really loud when the motors move. If you get a new mainboard with the TMC 2208 or TMC 2209, you can use what's called stealth chop. It's reducing the performance of the motor a bit, but it's moving silently, basically. Like, there's no noise anymore, which is really nice. That's also like one thing you can do to reduce the noise. Yeah. Okay. So let me continue with the build a little bit. Keep asking questions if you have any questions. I'm just quickly checking the manual to see what we need to do. We put on the bottom panel. And yeah, we don't need that. That's all done already. This one is all done. That's for us. This like custom PCB takes the spot. We also assembled this already. We assembled this one already because we had it here for like temporary use with the printing last stream. If your mainboard motors are quiet, then I guess you already have a good board. Yeah, so here's the thing, like if you move very fast, at some point the stealth chop turns off. So there's like a, it's configured in your Marlin basically, but at some point basically motor switches from stealth chop to spread cycle. Because it doesn't have enough power in stealth chop to achieve the speed you are asking it to do. So basically, if you're like moving fast, at some point like the motor switches from stealth chop to spread cycle, and then it becomes loud. Thank you for being here. Okay, so they mount that one first. Let's do that. And then they mount oh no, I think we have one nut too little here. Looking at the manual, oh, I don't show the manual, but looking at the manual, they have, oh, I see. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screws here. And we have 1, 2, oh, 1, I don't see what I'm showing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up here. This is the 5th one. Oh shit, my laptop isn't charging for some reason. I need to quickly fix that, otherwise we are out of stream very soon. One second, I also killed the camera. I also killed the camera. That's not my day for technical issues. That's the wrong one. Here we go. Okay, laptop is charging, crisis averted. Let me see if I get my chat window back. It doesn't seem like it. Okay, too bad. Okay, so then let's quickly compare that. So we need one screw above and one screw below free. So the holder goes basically in the middle. Push that a little bit back. We have a little more space. That's not fully tightened. I guess we have to slide the panel below. Not sure if this is catching. Doesn't seem like it. Okay, let me quickly unscrew this a bit so we can take a look. Yeah, that's definitely off. Here we go. Okay, that's not good. Maybe just get a little bit more distance here. I'm not sure if you hear like stuff in the background bumping in walls and stuff, but I have new neighbors who moved in today. So there's a bit of action downstairs. Okay, so we need the back panel, which goes in here like this, I guess. I'm already too tight. Let me loosen that a bit. I guess it goes on like this. And then we have this like short piece, yeah, on top. Which peeks out a little bit. Okay, let's see. First, we will have a lot of peels today. Oh no, this might be a bad one. Not as good as the bottom panel, for sure. We have a second attempt. Oh, nice. Ugh. Can we do it? Can we do it? I will have to clean them most likely, so let's try to not touch one side so it can clean it from the outside. Okay, then let me quickly tighten one so it's just like kept in place. Perfect. Okay, and this goes on the pile. Okay, then this is the top hat. We have one box with printed parts for the panels, which looks like this. So I think these are what we need next, and that's the door thingy, missing words here. So that's kind of like the whole thing. This doesn't include the top hat. I have a separate box for top hat, so hopefully it makes it a bit easier to find things. Let's see. So, oh, but we already need the top head parts, I think, for the top. Like these are already from the top head. So we need 2 on the bottom, which I'm pretty sure they're all the same. Oh, they have different holes. Okay, so we need to pay attention. The corner pieces both have one hole, and then there's this little clip here. Okay, so we need, like this one has 1 hole and this one has 2. We need, oh, this one has 0. Okay. This looks about right. So I assume, oops, let me show you. Yeah, it doesn't fixate it on the bottom though, like it's open on the bottom. So it doesn't hold it, the panel from the bottom. Like these hold it in place. Okay, then let's try to align that. This side. So this needs to go up. Oh, well. I just assume that's also the M6. 12, 8. Oh, we need 8 here, okay. Well, then we need to check our fastener kit for M3 by 8. Maybe remove those 2. Here we go. The big bag. Okay, now let's just put the screw through. And then we can put this in. Yes, like this. I mean, the vertical alignment we need to check later on. Let me just screw this in so it's clamped down. If it wants to screw in. Clearly it doesn't make the impression. Here we go. Okay, let's just kind of align that somewhat. And let's do the other side. Yep. 1, 2. Oh yeah, we have 1 less here, of course. Only 3 on this side. I really hope that the noise filter takes care of all the stuff in the background. If not, I'm really sorry. Okay, let's leave it like very, very roughly aligned for now. I know there's a mod with like hinges here, which I'm looking forward to install. That would actually really handy to have like a quick access there. I hope I don't have to get in there like too often, but still. Here we go. Okay. Oh yes, it's on. And then they say to put the top part here, and there we need M3 by 10 and the hinge parts, which are part of the top head selection. Hey there, it's going well. It's going well. Like the first panel is on. We also put on the bottom panel already and the skirts, of course. So it's starting to look like a proper Voron. No noise. Okay, perfect. Also, the chat should be much quicker today. Like, I had some massive technical problems with the chat earlier, but it now seems to be stable and should be quite quick to show up on screen. Yeah, I really like it. Like, I'm a bit annoyed is the wrong word, but like I don't like that there are like gaps here. Like, it's like 3 parts basically that you print, and on the side it's 2 parts. So like there's like this gap in the middle. Like on the sides, I don't mind it that much. Like, you can barely see it because like this is like half the width left and right. And here's, yeah, this is not so nice. So I'm considering reprinting this as like a single piece left to right. Yeah, but I guess you can always improve things. Okay, let's quickly peel that. Oh, and I have a new thingy here. I invested 20 euros in a microphone boom arm to hold the iPhone, which makes it really easy to like move stuff around, and I can also now do this, which is very nice. So I hope this makes it a bit easier to align the camera. Less than 30 seconds. I hoped it would be less than 10. That was the goal. But I used the low latency stream mode this time. Last time it was normal. So I hoped it would be like, it should be around 8. Ha, nice. I had one of those panels that was like horrific to get the backing film off. These are nice. So, okay. Let me see. We need some screws. M3 by 10. That's 12. 35. Oh, the audio should also be much better today. 9 seconds. Yeah, that's what I hope for. The audio should also be much better. Like last time, it at some point before the stream started picking up the audio from my headphones, which sounds pretty poopy. And I have this microphone back here that is way better, obviously, but wasn't used last stream. So yeah, I'm trying to improve it like a little bit every time. 4 should be enough. Very small pack. Little bit better quality every time, and then at some point it should be like excellent stream. Hey there, Renovic. Build is going great. I'm not sure if you were around like for last stream, but it's printing things. So that's cool. Like, I'm really happy with that. Actually, like maybe for the two of you, like last stream we basically this one I briefly mentioned it before, but yeah, this one was the first print we did. This like mini version of the Kraken Benchy. And we had like some like extrusion issues here. So you see it here, there was like under extrusion here, and you see here at the bow, like the layer stacking is also not perfect, but yeah, it's fine. Like, it's an untuned printer, so yeah. But yeah, then I printed like this one after the stream, which is like the full size. I first thought like the extrusion issues, hey Ballistic Tech, the extrusion issues come from the just like being a tiny little print. But yeah, it's also like in the big one you had the same extrusion issues here and there, and yeah, like it's all over the piece, like that you just like have under extrusion in like certain spots. And what that ended up being, maybe Ballistic Tech, that's interesting for you when you print the when you build the V0 now. I started off with the default pressure slicer profile. And by default, it's the same for Cura actually. By default, it's configured to have 3 mm of retraction and a Z-hop of 0.4. So these are the default settings basically that Prusa Slicer comes with for the V0. And that's configured for bowden. So the issue basically is like it's way too much retraction, and that's caused those under extrusions. And then I changed it to 0.5, and I left the Z-top at 0.1. And yeah, now it's gone. It was immediately gone. Like I printed this like twisted Voron cube after with the updated retraction settings. Yeah, like the layer stacking is still like horrific. I need to check out what's up there, but there's no more under extrusion. And yeah, the bridging looks okay. Oh, maybe I have a light. Like the bridging looks okay inside. So that's all fine. Yeah, okay. The light doesn't really work. But yeah, it looks fine. I also printed like an absolute crap load of the swatch. I printed basically the entire spool we had last time. Like nothing is left. And like they're not perfect, like especially like the extrusion needs to be a little bit more tuning, but in general like it's fine. Like I was mainly concerned with the text on the bottom because it has like all the small parts that didn't stick. Yeah, this was the first one, so that was quite bad. And in the end, like it looked really good. So that's nice. So I'm generally like happy with the print quality for now. It needs more tuning for sure, but it's serviceable. Like you can print stuff with it and it will be okay. What do you mean by the tic-tac by does the hot and heater look consistent? By the way, the chat delay is confirmed to be 9 seconds, so we have a success there. I think these are the parts we need. Yeah, that goes to the top hat, and then this, or this, yeah, this one. So that hinges, hopefully. Let's see if it does in practice. So, yeah, I think it's, did I print the same one twice? Oh no. Okay, we could look in the manual, but it would be too easy. Oh, no, the graph doesn't fluctuate. Like we did the pit tuning, and it looks really stable. Like it's just a like perfect line. I'm a little bit like my guess what's happening with the layer stacking. I need to investigate that. But when it's printing, you see that the bed is like moving a tiny bit, just like from the movement of the tool head, and that's my guess what causes the layer stacking issues. I'm not sure if I didn't properly tighten it or something. Yeah, I didn't look into that yet. Like it's okay. Like it's not like it's completely off. Like it looks worse on camera, I think, than in reality. But it's like it's a rough surface, but it's not horrific. Like it's okay. Yeah, but like my guess is like the bad stability. Like it's moving a bit. You remember like when I leveled the bed, it was also a difference whether I hold the screw or not. Like this already like moves the bed up and down a bit. That's my guess. But yeah, that's something for the future to investigate. Okay, let's quickly check the manual. So the hinge parts go to the center. Okay. Oh, and I have this new arm. I just mentioned it before you joined Ballistic Tech. It's a microphone boom arm, so I can now. I'm really happy with that. Like it's a 20 euro thing. It's like super simple, but it really helps. Okay, so they go in. There's this like part here, I think, where we screw in. And we have to pull up that all the way. Yeah, it's like I don't want to spend too much money on improving the streams, like until I'm 100% sure that I really want to like do that stream stuff. I don't want to spend a lot of money, but I think like a microphone boom arm is always handy to have. I'm not sure if these are the correct screws. It said M3 by 10. Yeah, I'm using 8. Well, that doesn't work. Let's put them back. Oh, and this time, the last stream, the audio was really bad. Like I quickly like checked back the stream after I was done, and the audio was horrific. And it picked up the audio from the AirPods at some point for some reason, like since the beginning of the stream. So it wasn't picking up my external microphone. So the audio should be much better this time, although it's still like super echoey in here, and that's not something I can solve, unfortunately. Really, like I could put up curtains or something in the back, but then I don't even have the bars on top to put up curtains, so that would be like a bigger project. Why doesn't it align? Okay, let's not tighten too much, and then let's put in our little top panel. I still have to align all those panels. It's super random at the moment. I just put them in. That needs to go all the way up. I think that's aligned. I really like this like half translucent black. It's really nice. I'm sure, no, that doesn't catch. Ballistic Tech, did you already start building the formboard kit? I'm not sure if I saw a stream so far. I only watched the unboxing. Okay, I guess it kind of is somewhat aligned already. Like it aligns on top here. So let me just screw that down. Perfect. So the electronics are already hidden. Hi there. Like it looks really nice now. Like I like the skirts, and like it's a really pretty printer in the end. This one is like at a super random height, and this one is not aligned at all. So let's quickly rework that. Oh, up. We can tighten that a bit, and we can tighten that a bit. I mean, this should be roughly centered, I guess, right? Like those two, like top, bottom. Let's just, oh, it's still loose. I mean, let's just mark one eyeball measurement. And then this one needs to go up. Yeah. Not gonna look on the back side that much, so not super worried about that being center or not. As long as the spool holder is high enough to hold the spool, I'm happy. Oh, well. Now that I just put on the panels, I think we forgot something. I'm not sure if the manual mentioned the bowden tube. Like they mentioned this one. Oh, they don't. Okay, well. In my typical fashion of being extremely ineffective, let's enjoy the panels for a second and then let's remove the panels. Yeah, the things, I also looked at the snap latches and they looked really cool. Like, I really wanted them. But they're designed for the 2020 extrusions and these are 1515 extrusions. And I wasn't quite in the mood to customize them. I didn't find a 1515 version. That might be a project for the future, that I like downsize them to 1515 and put them on here. Okay, so basically what we have left is this white PTFE tube, some zip ties, and I also have this cable thing here. I didn't find the 1515 version. I'll check again randomly. But I guess that's easy enough to swap out at some point. But yeah, snap latches, they would have already come in handy. Okay, let's... So... I guess there's the gap here. Oh, I put in a zip tie there. Okay, maybe I even have to remove this one as well. Okay, let me quickly pull this panel off as well. Otherwise, it's way too hard. I was so eager to put on the panels. I put in a very zip tie here because I pulled, that's where I also like guided the filament through. I put it on the wrong way so I can reuse the zip tie. I didn't want to waste the zip tie for that. Okay, so let's, yeah, I don't put it in, or I can put it over the little piece of filament I still have in here. Let's push that down properly, moved it all the way forward. Pull that through here. I'm not quite sure how much we need here. I guess something like this should be fine, right? Like if it's the same length as the cable. That's kind of like stretching it now with the height I can provide. I think this should be fine. I guess this seems like a good length. And then on the back, we can, I know there's a hole somewhere. Yeah, exactly, there's a hole like there where this should come out. Let me just, so we should have done it even before putting on the skirts. I'm not sure if I missed it in the manual. Yeah, I guess let's also pull off the skirt. So we're basically resetting everything to start. Thanks for dropping in, Alex. No worries. It's one side. I know there's also a mod to have a shorter run of this like white PTFE tube. But yeah, like right now I'm just like building it kind of like stock. Let's see. I don't. It's back here. Oh yeah. Okay. Oop. There it comes. Okay, let me pull it through, and then I pushed it down a bit. 1 second. Okay, so something like this length should be fine. Yeah. So now basically you have the full run from the top, goes through here, and then through this little like tiny hole there. And then the spool basically would run like this way, and then you can directly feed it into the bowden. Not sure if I should cut it already. I mean, technically I could, right? Like no way I need that much here. I guess something like this should be plenty. Let me do that. I need something to cut on. Enter the SKR Pico box. Perfect. Yeah, this is my entire mess here. Perfect. Like this is, by the way, this is a different diameter than the blue PTFE tube for the hot end. This is a 3mm inner diameter. So the filament, yeah, I threw the filament somewhere there, but like it's very, very loose and should have very little resistance. There's also like 2 very little cable tie points. So let's use a cable tie just to hold it in place there and prevent it from touching the belts. I think that's the intention here, that it can't slide like backwards and like collide with the belts here. Here we go. Let's cut that. And I guess this is complete. Now we have a very nice run here. And now we can get back to where we were. That was a bit pointless. We could have done it before. Nope. Yeah, let's put it in first and then the screw. Those screws are a bit finicky to align. Here we go. Now that's it. And the other side. No, it's not. It's cross-threading. Now it's in. Okay, perfect. So we have this. Let's put our panel back on. Let's tighten one screw down again, so it's like kind of hold in place. And this definitely needs to go down a bit. That's one side. Perfect. So it doesn't slide around anymore. That's very helpful. Like the clip-on panels, or the clip-on panel clips, that's definitely something I'll look into. Oh, this one I lost. I mean, at least like once the nuts are in place with the no drop nut mod, they don't slide around. That's really helpful. Sure it is aligned. Perfect. Okay. Then let's put this in place. Oh. You can also enjoy seeing the screws. Perfect. We made it, including the bowden tube. That's one side down. And let's see what the manual wants us to do next. Yeah, this is all done. Okay, so we did the back panel. Place the 3mm back panels. VHP tapes on it, yeah, I didn't expect so. Like I saw some people use like some tape to basically make the panels airtight. I'm not sure if this is really needed or provides any benefit. But yeah. Okay, let's quickly search the parts for what we need here. I still have a little bit of a problem, like if I tilt it down, sometimes the screw gets loose. So we need, is this top hat? Oh yeah, these are the top hat parts. My bad. These are the panel parts. So we need this piece. We need 4 of those short middle pieces. We need 1 of the bottom pieces with 2 screw holes. And we need the hinge parts, which is this one. I'm really curious to see if that fits actually. And this one, I think. Yeah, these should be the parts we need. This is the opposite hinge. And this is the opposite hinge, and they don't have screw holes. So they're definitely, okay. Perfect. And we need a clear side panel. Just for people still watching, these are the panels we still have, which is a lot. The kit actually comes with even more panels. I still have like a bunch of panels over there, which are the 0.1 panels. So these are the top hat panels for the 0.2. But the kit comes with the 0.1 panels as well, because just the upgrade kit is included basically. So I have 4 more side panels for the printed top hat from 0.1. This is the top hat top panel, and then one of them has the magnet holes for screw, which are like CNC'd in, like really nice. But this is like I can't recall, like does the formboard kit also have the magnets like CNC'd in, or do you have to glue them in some way? Like this is really nice because you hopefully, like I always find ways, but hopefully you can't screw it up to like put it in the wrong place. I remember when I built my like IKEA leg enclosure for my ender, like I screwed up so hard with the magnets on the door. Yeah, so these are the 2 we need. Let's see if we get a satisfying peel out of that. I actually kind of like the matte look. Like it's not clean, but like having matte panels would be really nice. Oh yeah, these are easy to kill. comes in pieces when it steps. Let's see. I'm trying to not completely touch it all over the place with my fingers. Okay. Let's use the middle clips first. I think that's the easiest, just clip it in place. So we have 3 here, 3 here, and 3 there. We do not have any preloaded nuts here, which is definitely wrong. Somebody forgot preloaded nuts. I was just saying like before that I'm very proud that I didn't forget any preloaded nuts. Here we are. And we use 3x8. Okay, so, well, then before we put this in, we need to post-load 3 nuts here. I didn't do that yet. One thing that's really, really cool about the LDO kit is it comes with these where is it? These comes with these slide-in nuts, and I don't know how they work. We will figure that out now. I mean, you can slide them in, that's kind of the idea. But I know that you technically need like a printed part for that to back them up. I'm not sure if we get away without having this printed part. Like that's too big. So I have it now in here, kind of like at an angle. And I think in the video they use tweezers or something. Let's see if we can just, oh yeah, okay. So I mean it's falling back and forth. So I think that's where the printed part comes in place. So you put the printed part and you push them on top of each other. So I'm not sure if we can use them without the printed part. I mean, there's only one way to find out. And if we have to print the parts, right, we have a very, very fast printer now that can print parts. Let's see if it just catches the nut. Oh yeah, it does. Woo. Yeah, totally caught it. Okay, that's not too bad. It works. Like we can screw stuff in. Ooh, that's good. Okay, and let's just put in 2 more. And let's just make sure to use those, or like to screw them in first. Because they're super loose. Okay, perfect. I guess that would be much nicer with the printed parts as well. Okay, let's try that trick again. Maybe it was just luck. Maybe it was just luck. How did it do it now? Let's push it all to the way to the side. It's maybe not the worst idea. No, it's not. Or was it just a fluke? Let me just try to back this with the... So I'm just putting the nut upright, pushing it against the front of the rail. And now something's happening. Like it's here somehow. No, it's not. Not catching it. I mean, if I would have been smart, I would have just printed like 10 of those things in advance, but I wonder why the middle one worked. There we go. I wonder why the middle one worked perfectly well, and this one just does not want to go there. Oh, is the screw maybe too short? Let's quickly see. Does it say? No, it says M3/8 for all of them. No exceptions. Okay, let's try the other side, which is this part. Maybe it's just a bad nut. No, it's just like the screw just does not quite reach it. Like it's like ever so. Oh, did it? I think there might be just a bit of luck involved. I mean, there's like something happening here. It's just not properly in, like it's at an angle. Oh, I'm an idiot. That's the wrong rail. These are our nuts. So I didn't forget them. But hey, we want to try out the LDO drop-in nuts, right? That's what we did here. I try to get them out again. Oh, that's easy. That's how you should do that. If you just put tweezers behind, like you push them to the front. Question now is, are they here to stay? I think the answer is yes. Shit. Oh. Let's try that trick again. How did I do that? Is it maybe that spot here? Oh yeah, here we go. That's one. Let's see if we get this one out as well. Don't want it to rattle around here. Oh man. I guess it has to do that this spot has the screw hole, like it's where the screw hole is for the extrusions here. So I think that's the reason why it pops out here sometimes. It's also a drop-in mod, not or like a drop-in nut, not drop-out nut. Oh man. It's like sometimes I create work for myself that is absolutely pointless. Ah, perfect. Okay, so we know that's a thing that works if you really need it to work. Maybe I'll print like, I mean like after this we're done with all the nuts, but maybe that's something for the future to print. Okay, after this little side quest that was absolutely pointless. No, am I wrong? No, I'm not wrong. Oh, but the top one has the, okay. I'm an idiot part 2. That's why those pieces are L-shaped. So they fit here. Okay. Now at this point I just hope nobody's watching. I also made a complete fool of myself in the LDO Discord. Remember that the extruder motor is or was spinning the opposite way initially. And I was like just writing like a quick like feedback list to LDO, and they responded. It was like very nice, like all fine. Like overall, like I'm really happy with the kit. I would definitely recommend getting it. But then basically one of my points were like, hey, the motor config was wrong. Like it span backward by default. But then I was like the split second after I was posting it, I was like, huh, maybe that's my fault because I mounted it upside down, right? Like we have it mounted in a way that the cables are on the bottom and not on the top. So basically I was like, oh shit, did I now like blame them for like making a mistake? And it's like my mistake. And I was like immediately, oh, this is one of me, most likely I did that and that. And in my mind, like I was super late. I think it was after the podcast thing I had yesterday. In my mind, it made total sense. Like you mount the motor upside down, and then of course, like it pushes towards the cable, and then you mount it upside down, and like the cable is the wrong way. I was like very convinced of that in my mind, and yeah, it makes obviously no sense because the direction the motor is spinning is still the same. So yeah, so everyone was like a little bit like making fun of me there, which is fine. I would do the same thing. But yeah, it's really cool. Like LDO is really interactive. Like in the Voron Discord, it's really amazing. I don't see what I'm doing here. Oh, you don't see what I'm doing either. That's amazing. Maybe let's just make our life easy for once and just put it to the side. I can just do it like this. Yeah, see now, like I turned it again and like it loosened the screw instead of like turning the phone. Okay. Yeah, but that was my Thursday evening / Friday morning. And if we can now align this, I'm very happy. I guess this is somewhat okay, so I'm just adding these. Like looking at this panel now from the side, like I wonder if there's a mod that you put like LEDs here and like shine through the panel. I think this will look really cool. I shouldn't have tightened it yet. That was not smart. Can't move it around anymore. Okay, let's put in the next screw. That's in. Oh, that's very stiff to move. Like some of the, there's some variance between the prints I did with the no nut drop mods, I think it's called. Some of them like basically sliding freely in the rails, and some are like super hard to move around. Okay, let's move that down a bit. And then this goes up, and this goes. Yeah, see, this one is like really easy. It's like you can really like fling it around. Let's just do it on the side. Perfect, and then we can just slide it where we need it. And this one is roughly already in the right spot. I really like this camera thingy. Like this is like really nice. I can just move it freely around in all the positions. Like I can't, like there's some limitations of like what I can do with the positioning. Like I can't put it at a certain angle sometimes and stuff like that. But overall, I think it's really easy. That's definitely a good investment. You can also like get quite high up. This looks good. Granted, I don't forget anything. Okay, and then we have the 4 middle pieces. This is the middle. I guess this one goes somewhere here. Looking at this now, this is definitely not the middle. There's some, I mean, we can also improve. Like, I'm so annoyed by this ruler. Like, it has like inches on top and millimeters on bottom. And then like usually what I expect is if I turn it around, it's the other way around. Like millimeters on top and inches on the bottom. But now it's the same. So you can't really like align it this way. Measuring from the top, you always have inches on this side, which is like annoying. I don't know why. Okay, let's do inches. So this is like 6 inches. So it's like somewhere around here. Now let's do millimeters. Oh wait, this is like, so the total height is 240, so it's like around 12-ish, so it's around here. I'm like I mean, I obviously being from Europe, like I have no experience with like the, how it's called, like imperial measuring system whatsoever. The only thing that I use from the imperial units is AWG, the American wire gauge, which I guess is not technically imperial, but I have no clue how to express like wire thicknesses in millimeters squared or like millimeter diameter. I feel like it's way more complicated, especially because like the diameter and the area, like yeah, are kind of both used, which makes it really difficult because it's kind of like both millimeters, but one is like squared at the end, of course. So I feel like the AWG system is just like way easier. Like, oh yeah, I know like my wires by, you know, like AWG 28 is like, or 28 gauge is like a breadboard wire kind of like type. Then the 20 gauge is kind of like your normal like small power cable. 14 is like a massive power cable for like electronics dimensions. But this looks now odd, right? Like, because like this is now centered in the, I should have centered it in this area. That was not smart. Then I guess it's somewhere, let's center it properly. So it's 15.5, so any tiny bit up, somewhere up here. Yeah, then this one looks also not too bad. Let's just move that a little bit up. And this one isn't quite aligned here. Let's try to fix that. I mean, it's not crucial or something, but that would be nice. No, it doesn't quite come together. That's okay. Like, I'll forget about it. Let's also rotate it again and check this one. Yeah, it kind of is okay. This one looks okay. Yeah, it's already like fingerprints all over the place. But it's okay, like I can clean from the outside. I just try to not touch it in the inside if possible. And I know it gets dirty anyways quite quickly. Can I put this down without scratching it? Yeah, it's sitting on this on the screws. But this one is. Let's hope I can pull this back out. No, it's just like a little bit there. Let's just do the same here. Just put it down. Another side panel. Not a very smooth peel. Not putting it down so I don't scratch it. Here we go. Are they square? No, they're not. They're not, of course. Okay, so we need one over here, one over there, one up here, one down there, and this one kind of goes in the middle somewhere. This one goes exactly in the middle. Oh, one up here, one over there, one over there, and something in the middle. Okay. We also need more parts. Well, we need this one and this one, this one, this one, and 1, 2, 4 times this like middle clip thingy. I'll just put them on the floor is a great place. Let me quickly grab that. Oh. Here we go. Okay, let's start with the bottom. Oh, I forgot to move this one down. I try to not hide it up behind the shed. So we can do this. We can move that around. Yeah, this does not go. No, it should be fine. Yeah, okay. That was not where it was supposed to be. Here we go. Perfect. Let's just briefly tighten that so we kind of have it like. Let's not tighten it. So we can move it around, that's better. Then the next one. Let's move it all to the side. Let's not hide it behind me. Okay, and this goes down. Okay, now I see this one is like, you see it here, like it's pretty low. So let me adjust that. It's the same height. On the other side was fine. Okay. Then we have the top part here. It's the same here. Let's move it all to the side. Oh yeah, it doesn't work because it's colliding with the side piece here. Okay, this is in. This is should be in the right spot. I guess we can now kind of tighten it down. Oh, it did already here. Okay. Then this goes here. Okay. I mean, one thing I could do, I could just use this. It's much nicer than the Allen key, for obvious reasons. Okay. Then let's align this with this one. Okay. And this one is already like aligned with a little gap here on the bottom panels or skirts. By the way, I really like the texture I got on those. Like, it has this like really slightly riffled. It shows up less on camera than in reality. Like, it has this like really slightly riffled, glossy finish from the glass bed, from the Creality glass bed. It's really nice. I like it. Then. Let's carefully line this. So this has 2 inches and something. Because now we're in inches. So like this. And the last one on this side. It's also getting heavier. That's one thing that's for sure. Is that center? I don't think so. 72? 70, so it needs a little bit over there. Just quickly check we didn't forget to tighten anything. I mean, it doesn't need to be like hyper tight, but okay. Now the interesting part, the door. Let's see. I can't put it on the back because of the spool holder, so we have to do it standing up. This. Yeah, I use the standard panel mounts. I know there's like the clip-on panels, and I also was educated that there's a 1515 version for those. I didn't find it though, like I didn't search very hard. But yeah, for now I just like went with all the standard pieces. I also, that's something I most likely will do. Yep. I will reprint this bottom skirt here because like it has the, like I'm running it headless for now. I don't think I will add a display. But yeah, it basically has the side parts and in the middle it has this like placeholder for display. And it's not very nice because like you see here like the square is kind of like cut and it's like quite, yeah, it's not so nice. On the sides, they did a way better job of hiding the seam. Like you see it here like in the light reflection, but like the pattern is not broken. And here the pattern is just like messed up. So I most likely will reprint this as a continuous piece. But yeah, besides that, like all the mounts and stuff is all stock. Yeah, this is a front door acrylic. And I guess this will go on like this with the magnets on this side, because we have the hinges here. Let me see if I can maybe do something like this. Does it work? I mean, if I now work here, you should see everything. Okay, let's try to push it a bit more back. Okay, let's do the manual because I have no clue. Stealth skirts. Let me look at stealth. Oh yeah, they look cool. I can get behind that. If I reprint the skirts I have on at the moment, I also will do the hex trick to get the inlaid hex red, like the accent color in there as a smaller hex grid. That's something I also want to do. Okay, so VHB tape, our most favorite tape. Which piece goes where? So we have 4 pieces we need. I guess it's also all we have left. Yeah. We do have VHB tape. The hinge bolts will thread into plastic on the lower hinge pieces. You should be able to remove the door by sliding it up off the bolts. Okay. Let's see. So yeah, sorry, I lost my second display with the comment section, so I need to look at OBS. Some people do that also separate print, but to be honest, like after printing this as a multicolor print, it's so easy to like swap the color. I mean, like I have the smart pause feature enabled in my Marlin Ender 3, so I can literally just put the M600 in layer XYZ. And it will just like move to the back, I change the filament and it continues printing. Like it's really no hassle whatsoever. This one was actually quite difficult to print because basically you print the black parts first, and the black parts are 0.8 millimeters, so they're like 4 layers. And they're like wedged on the side basically. And then you, what I did is I removed, for the black parts, I removed the end G-code and just let the printer like sit where it was. I moved it to pause, I changed the filament, and then the red part didn't have the start G-code. So it didn't home, it didn't preheat, it did nothing. I let the nozzle temperature go down, but the bed temperature stayed at the 100 degrees. Then you just swap it, and it's like really cool because the nozzle like moves around the black parts. So this is like a way more difficult multicolor print than just like printing like 2 layers red and then like swapping it to red to black. So I would just do it in one print, to be honest. Not sure if that makes it like that much easier or harder, but all right, let's try to get this door thingy straight here. So I mean, in the end, we have the hinges on this side, right? And the magnets are inside or outside? That's kind of like my question. Like, does it go on, like, because the magnets are not center. There's more space on the bottom than on the top. I guess the part with more needs to go, I guess, down, right? Because then it would be centered on the printer with the top hat. Which is not really like mentioned here. So I roll with my assumption and hope that I'm correct. That would mean that we need to glue those parts on this side, right? So it's the side where the holes are inside. That's basically, they are inside, and we have outside is flush, which makes sense because we need to glue the handle there, right? Okay, then let's peel off. Ooh, yeah. Okay, I need to get better with that, but let's do like a nice peel. Maybe. This reminds me of the VHB tape we have to remove the backing from in a second. This is really hard to get a start here. The others were so easy. Here we go. Just double check. Okay. So this is the outside. And I leave the back on for now so we don't scratch it on the table. Then this one is the hinge side, so this goes here. This one is the hinge side, so this goes here. This one has no hinges, so this goes here, and this one has no hinge, so this goes here. Let's do the bottom ones first because they have like they are fully aligned. The top ones I would like to align with the top of the frame. You see the reflection. So let's do the bottom ones first, which means we need a tiny bit of VHB tape in this corner here. I'll just use my side cutters. Let's do maybe this much. I'm not sure how to put it properly in, but like I'll just put it like the angle. And make sure it's flush. I guess this should work. Now the fun part. So somebody told me to squeeze it in the middle to get off the backing. Not sure if that's easier. Let's make sure to fully press this down. Doesn't come up. Oh, I did not miss doing that. That is for sure. I tried to push down the tape with my fingernail while pulling the backing with the tweezers. You've been using the knife to pull this off? And I think last time I had like good success using the side cutters as well. But I think I have now. Let me try the knife on the next one. I also should make sure this is flush. So, let me make sure to fully put it in the corner. Okay, it's full in the corner and this is already sticking. So, next one. Let's try the hobby knife. But I only have this. That's all I have. But let's try that. Put it in. Let's make sure we don't like there. It's like not quite possible to put down, so I'm just removing that part. So it's flush. Okay, let's try it. Okay, you won. That is the way to go. I will do that. You should have told me like when we had to do the electronics, like I was like dying. Like trying to get off all the backings on the VHB tape. Okay, that's the second one. Yeah, it's just perfectly aligned then with the, oh, you don't see it. I would need an extra hand right now. Like, if I align that on the bottom, the hinge, like then basically this is perfectly aligned on the top. So we can, if we glue it, like we can just align it to the top, I think. It should be fine. Okay. Oh, from Steve, of course. I figure he had a lot of time to practice and find the perfect method to do that. I actually never saw. I mean, I must have seen Steve use it because I watched him build a V0 at some point, I think. I don't remember this trick. But yeah, this is like, it's already here. This is, okay, this is really the way. Okay, this is so easy. All props to Steve and you for telling me. Let me actually get a little tiny bit also down here because it's quite a distance. I shouldn't do that on the panel so I don't scratch it. Okay, let's try it again. Okay. It's lifting off. Okay. Still knife. Yeah, it's way easier. Even once you have the corner up, it's easier to just grab it with the knife. Okay, make sure this is fully stuck down. No, this one is resisting. Let's also make sure that the next one we do it like in one row. Then I don't accidentally touch the tape that we already. Here we go. Okay, this is not tweezer. I think it's off quite a bit. Here we go. Okay. Whew. Let's make sure this is aligned on the top. Yeah. Let me just do it like this and I can push it against it. And this didn't work at all. No. This is really hard. Okay. Okay. Let me do that from a different angle. Okay. Now it's better. You need to do it really from above. Let me see. I think I put it. Did I put it too high? No? Yeah, I did. Okay, so I aligned now this edge here, but it stands up a little bit here. So we need to align it here. What kind of screws are those? Is it like... Because the format kit doesn't really come with like extra hardware, right? Like it's pretty much this bomb and nothing else. Maybe I should redo. Okay. Okay, now it's aligned here. Yeah, now it's a, oh, you don't see it. Now it's aligning here on the edge. Like this is not like peeking out. Not quite sure about that, but it's aligning on the edge. So that's how it should be, I guess. Okay, let's do the last one. Again. Let's not do it on the... Well, for the Kirigami, you need, I think, nothing special. It was just M3x6, if I recall correctly. And it was, well, you need special screws for here for the bed springs. I used M3x30. Because the bomb says it's 40 millimeter long. And 2x4, Kirigami. And 2x4 is Kirigami. It's the these that like connect the Kirigami bed with the linear rail. M3x6 flathead. I used them. Don't ask me where I used M3x6 flathead. M2x5 is for the Raspberry Pi mount. Officially, the Raspberry Pi uses M2x5 for the mounting holes. Oh, chat got disconnected on the stream. Oh shit! I had it before. Ah, I had this before today. It was so annoying because it screwed up everything. Okay, let me try it. I have to reset it. 1 second. Just copy this. Okay. Now you have a little ape. Here we go. Sorry for that. Yeah, M3x6 flathead. It could have been also for the Kirigami something. I'm very certain I used M3x6 at some point. I just can't recall where right now. But it must be one of the mods most likely. Oh wait, let me just put on the other ones first before I peel that off. Oh, I already have this one. And then one long one. Then I hope I'm done with VHB tape. Okay. This is definitely not my favorite job, even with a knife. Like the small ones are way harder. Okay, let me try something completely new. So like the corner is off. Okay, that doesn't work at all. Okay, that was a very quick try. Perfect. Success. The topic, I don't know yet. I mean, we will find out in very, very short amount of time whether the topic needs any. But the topic would be Voron bomb, right? Like that's not something that would be special. Okay. Well, I think I screwed up. Now looking at that, this doesn't look like it would work. Oh no, because now this would go here. I don't think that's the right orientation. I think it's the other way around. The long ones should have been here, and then like it's sent, like the grip is panel centered on the panel and not on the entire printer. That was not smart thinking. Well, more VHB tape. Oh, you mean, sorry, I missed a jump. The top-hat doesn't require VHB tape as far as I know. I thought you were like talking about the M3 screws for some reason. Oh, like now we have the pleasure of like getting this off and reversing that without breaking the ABS part. Fun. Okay, at least it comes off. I'm a bit concerned about those. Okay, that works. We just have to... Can I reuse? No, now I can't reuse it anymore. Okay, let's just start over. I mean, VHB tape is fun, right? Like, now we have the opportunity to do some more. Oh god, this is... Yeah, this is the way to do it. Like pushing it this way backward, and then you can just roll it off. Oh no. I was not looking forward to doing this again. Okay. So this goes... Wait, but then maybe my base assumption was wrong. Because like if this section goes on top, right? I mean, now this is centered, which makes total sense, so I was just an idiot. But this means also we need to glue it on this side where the magnet holes are. Oh, by the way, if you now hear very weird music in the background, I'm sorry. Every Saturday around this time there's this weird music car going down the street. Okay, let me just, and I don't want to put it on the desk to not scratch it. I'm just doing this. Let me just quickly check the magnets. Because I think I now understand what we're doing here. Yeah, exactly. Like the magnets are sticking out. Like they are as thick as the acrylic, but the acrylic is only like half drilled in. And here we also have the holes. So basically this aligns the handle and on the panel. So the magnet holes are to the front, not to the back. Cool. With this out of the way, this goes here. This goes here, and this goes here, and this goes here. Okay, let's try again. Long VHB part. We need to slightly cut it here on the edge. I think like if we do one of the small ones on the bottom, that should be already fine. Just like this. Let's just quickly tape all the VHB onto the parts, then we can like go through the pane and like lifting it off in one go. Oh, I was like, the colors feel weird, but yeah. We caught a wild magnet. Yeah, should be fine. And one more. Oh, God, okay. One more time. Okay, number one. So we align that. Okay. I think it's actually easier if you put it on the extrusions, because then you can like angle it downwards and don't, the VHB tape doesn't touch it, and then you can like press it down. I think that makes it a fair bit easier to align the edges properly. So kind of elevating that is not the worst idea anyway, I think. Let's see. So just like put it on the edge and then just fold it down. I think that works relatively well. It's not 100% aligned on top. Like these are a little bit shitty to align on top because like of that little like overhang here. But I think like this is fine. It's not quite on the bottom. Let's see. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Okay. So that's one side. I kind of repeat myself, but I really like this camera setup. Like it's really easy to use. I just need to like fix that issue that when I tilt it, that it the screw unscrews. But I think a bit of thread locker will do wonders. Here we go. Just I pull and like the entire tape lifts off. It's like here you go. Okay, another one of the complicated ones. Okay. Yeah. Oh. I'm a triple idiot. Yes, I forgot the plastic cover. sometimes wondering whether I'm like qualified to build a Voron at all. I was so focused on like the alignment and the... Okay. Well, I mean by now we kind of know the drill, right? So let's actually see if I can reuse this one. Almost. Man, this is... Sometimes my stupidity knows no bounds. I mean, I can kind of blame it on being a bit distracted with the live stream. Hopefully. Because I'm talking and everything and like paying attention to chat a bit. I can't imagine like if you have like a big live stream, like it must be even more difficult because you're constantly like also interacting more actively. Oh. No. Ah, shit. Okay. Okay, this one is busted. Yeah, I wonder if everyone makes them or if it's just me sometimes. Like if I wouldn't make like stupid mistakes like that, like I think I would have at least saved like a third of the building time. I mean, also, for example, earlier I forgot to add the bowden tube to the from the tool head to the back before like putting on the side the back panel. So I had to remove the entire back panel again. Okay. Okay, success. Right orientation, no plastic cover, perfectly aligned. We get there. Step by step. Okay. No plastic cover, aligned, perfect. I mean, those are at least easy to get off now. Hopefully. And by now I also have the technique just to push it this way. I could have reused them maybe even. Like they came off quite well. Like this is like a VHB like massacre. Another short one. One more. I mean, like with the knife tip from Ballistic Tech, I'm at least fast. Just imagine I would take like a minute to peel off every single one of those backings. The back corner is loose. I see opportunity. Ah. Okay, let's make sure to align that. Okay. I will reuse this one. This looks still plenty good. Okay. We have a panel, a door, something. Okay, let me give you an angle on this. We also need screws. What kind of screws do we need? M3 by 40. I know that I have a couple. I have a couple loose on the bottom here. Here. Because I used them for the Kirigami bed initially, and then I had the issue that like the screws were too long and the screws were hitting the bottom panel before the Z end stop switch triggered. Oh, by the way, fun side project. So I ordered this is like my first attempt. I ordered AW 30 gauge wire just to make sure. I put it through here to make sure this fits, but it works. So these are like 4 cables. So technically you could do RGB here. That's for the LEDs. I have white only LEDs. It's Adafruit sequence. I kind of hoped that we could start with that today, but given the speed I'm at working, it's not really like a thing. But basically they go in like they're like those, this is the airflow thingies from the fans, and then those are meant for the sequence. So they fit perfectly in here. So basically the process would be, I guess, I mean, we don't need 4 wires, we only need plus and minus for those because they're like white only. So I would just pull 2 cables through, would solder it on this side, and then just pull the cables back out, and then a dab of super glue on both sides. There are RGB sequence. I saw them. Like, I'm not sure if they're the Adafruit or original, but I saw them like on Etsy, I think, being sold, and on eBay. But yeah, like those were like €3, so it's like for free basically. So yeah, and for me, like it's not about. I know I lose like a lot of speed by not having RGB. I'm aware of that, but for me, it's just like I want to have a good illumination on what the nozzle is doing. So white is for me perfectly fine. The other thing is the, let me quickly, I'm hitting stuff. The other thing is, so the tool head board of the LDO kit, you see, I need something to point, like there's still like one free header here. And that is used on the 0.1 for the X end stop. Because like on 0.1 you have the X end stop here, which for homing, and 0.2 is sensorless, so this one is free. And this is it's ground and GPIO 0 or something. Yeah, GPIO 0 I think. So that's like my amateur understanding of electronics. Don't rely on that, but the Sequin LDs pull 5 milliampere at 3.3 volts. But they can operate with 5 volts. So if you give them 5 volts through here, it's even less than 5 milliampere. But nevertheless, like 2 sequence is fine to be driven from the GPIO pin. So my idea is just to repurpose this plug here. That's also why I tried to crimp my own. So this is like my first crimp of the JST connector. But I'm not sure if I need to have a thicker cable and then solder 2 thinner cables on it, but I hope that I can just crimp 2 of the thin cables into one JST connector. So basically the LEDs will just plug in here. If you do RGB, you don't have enough pins on the toolhead board, so you need to run an extra cable from the toolhead basically to your controller. Like you have two RGB ports on the picobellical board from LDO. So that would be, you have the capability of drive the RGB. Well, technically no, right? Like if you don't want to turn them on and off, you could also just put them to like 5 volts fixed. But the problem is you don't have 5 volt here, right? Like you have the fans. You could put it on a fan, but it's also like a bit weird. I mean, technically you could put it on but it's 24 volts, right? You could put it on the hot end fan. So when the hot end fan spins, then the LD turns on. I mean, from technically they wouldn't be like stupid. It's just like then you need different LEDs because I'm pretty sure they can't take 24 volts. I think they can take 3 to 9, if I recall correctly. So that's like the GPIO, like that's what you have there. So I would just put it there. And hope that it is fine. Well, we could have put this in before adding the parts, but there would be no fun in that. So that's like why I would go, or like why I plan to go with the GPIO. Just to, yeah, it's there, so that's easy. I don't want to run extra cables from the tool head. Yeah. But I'm not sure if it works. I mean, technically looking at the Klipper config, it should work because the GPIO 0 is not used. And looking at the LDO config of the 0.1, it's GPIO 0 is the X end stop. So that must be this pin there. Yeah, this would have been easier. I mean, technically we could also just pull this off, but well, now we have to at least put it on the sides. Let's put this here, put that to the sides. Oh god, this will take a second. Okay, let me. I'm not going to do that. I'm not in for that. That was easier than using, way easier than doing that by hand. Otherwise I would have been doing that for like quite some time. Maybe that makes up the time I lost with like triple taping down the VHP tape on all the things. Okay. Let's also make sure that, let me just quickly collect all this like junk here, because it's starting to tape down everything. Okay, let me just, I don't really have something to put it in. Let me just put it over here for now, but then it's at least like kind of out of the way. Okay. Then let's put that back up. There's more VHP tape everywhere. And then moment of truth. Well, it slides on. It doesn't quite close. That might be like an alignment issue here. Like we most likely have to pull it out. But yeah, this one is also like it's way too long. So yeah, this is the, we have to like move those ever so slightly towards the front. I mean, now it's kind of fine, I guess. Like once the magnets are in place to hold it, it should be fine. That's okay. So it's one thing, but like this screw is definitely not what I want here. Like it's completely. Oh. But the manual clearly said like it's. Oh, oh, my bad. 40 on top, 30 on the bottom. Okay. As always, my mistake. Let's quickly double check. Does this look like okay length? Yeah, this looks like okay length. Then off that comes. Now we're losing the time again that we made up with the little electric screwdriver trick. Let me do it again. Yeah, I should have done that. Like I didn't know that Modbot had a hardware organizer, but like 1 second. Yeah, I should have printed out like a hardware organizer in some form. Like even if it's just like a tray where you can put in all the like M3 screws sorted by length, they would have helped a lot. But by the time I realized that, I was like, oh yeah, whatever. Like now you're almost done. But yeah, if I would do it again, like if I would now start like second V0, I would definitely like have some sort of organization for all them three screws. Like the bad part about the LDO kit is, right, like you have not only one bag for something, like let's say like M3 by 6, you don't have one bag, you have like 3. So you have even more bags and stuff to like take care of. And then also like the packing list is actually something that I found a bit annoying. The packing list sums them all up, so it says like, oh yeah, you have 100 M3 by 6, but then you have like multiple bags that like combined give the 100. I'm also losing that on top again. Yeah, I think like this should be fine. Oh, okay. Just make sure to push it a bit this direction. Yeah, I think once the magnets are in place, this should be fine. Like it's not perfect, but I mean it's a door. Oh, that collides with the camera. Oh, yeah, this is super crooked, but like, yay, it swings. Yeah, I was like, I was also thinking about like printing Steve's hex organizer. I really wanted to, but then like everything printing wise took so long on my ender that I really like start to like cheap out and stuff like that. No, it doesn't slide off. This is here to stay now. Why doesn't it slide off? Where do you catch? Am I missing something? We slid it on, it should slide off, right? Ah, here. Gentle pulling. Yeah, the hex organizer also would have helped, for sure. Okay, let me see if the manual has any wisdom on the handle. Yeah, so basically we have those little holder pieces still left. That's the last what we have in my box of printed parts. And we have a lot of magnets, and one magnet is on the cutter. Yeah, I mean like the difficult part is like we need to make sure the magnets are aligned properly, like from the polarity. Yeah, it's also a big red, mind the magnet polarity. And we need to use super glue, which is my most favorite thing to do. I love super glue. It's like super glue, and then like second place is VHB tape. Okay, so they do this first, and then no, the magnets are supposed to be completely sunken in, and then you do VHB tape on the handle. Yeah, okay. Understood. Yeah, like the LDO kit kind of has the parts like organized, right? It comes like in. I mean, sometimes it's like a general thing, right? Like it's a cable kit which has like a bunch of cables. But then like okay, cable kit's a bad example. But yeah, I threw like all the boxes over there. But yeah, for example, you have like a tool head in motion kit, and you have a you had a motor kit and stuff like that. So it's kind of like coming organized, but not by step, but like by group of thing. That worked fairly well, I would say. Let me see. So basically those go in like this here. So let's just put in the ones on the handle first, then we can like align those to match. Just need to see, here. Let me do the top down again. I think that's the easiest to work like this. I'm so happy that I can do now top down shots. Do we need to super glue them? I don't think so, because the VHB tape is on top. Let's just kind of push them in and then hope that they're flush afterwards. Okay. I need something to push on. I don't want to push on the table. Let me just stack off random paper. Oh, you go here. Okay. Maybe paper's not the best to push on. I really like the pliers Steve has. Like here wouldn't help, but you know, like the parallel jar pliers from Klipper he has. Oh, these are really nice. Like it's kind of like pointless tool because I mean now like I not knowing that this exists, it's useful in this build for sure, in like in a couple of places. I mean, it's fairly flush. I mean, the VHB tape has a bit of like margin of error built in. Okay, so this is fine. Then this goes in that direction. So if we now push this in, it must be like this. I didn't use super glue, of course, but I don't want to put it in all the way, but I just want to make sure that this works. Okay, so now the question is, how do I get them out to apply super glue, or do I apply super glue on top? I mean, I can push it in and just like dab super glue on it. Let's do it that way. So push them in. Make sure they're flush. Let me just actually make sure to really push them in. I guess that's all the way in. I really like how they had like just like one parameter here, like between the magnet and the outer part. Like it's one thing I learned. I was playing around with the MagSafe thingies for iPhones, like 3D printing like MagSafe accessories at some point. And like every layer that you put between the magnet and the iPhone like really reduced the strength of the magnet. Okay, I'm a full idiot when it comes to like super glue, so that will be fun. I tried this style here with the brush on top, because like I'm always screwing up with the other one, so I thought like maybe I give this a try. It should be fine. I'm not even sure why they want to use super glue, because like they're against the frame. Like how do the magnets would come out? Oh shit. Don't super glue anything, please. Yeah, they're super expensive, but it's like one thing about tools, right? Like good tools are always expensive. I actually got those like a couple of weeks ago. These are the Engineer PA14. It's like wire strippers. And like for wires like this, like you really need like good wire stripper to like pull them. And these are also like 30 euros. It's a super simple tool, but it's like 30 euros. And if you look at like crimping pliers, like the pliers I use for those like over there, they're also like 80 euros for the pliers. It's like insane. On the other hand, like if you buy good tools, right, like you have them forever. Like if you have a good pair of pliers for something, like it's not like it will go bad or something. If you take care of it and you don't like misuse it. Yep. Make sure this is the right polarity. But yeah, tools are expensive, and especially Knipex is not like a cheap brand by any stretch of the imagination. They're actually super close to my hometown. They're in Wuppertal, which it's a super random city. But what's cool about the city is it's like built along the Wupper, which is like a river, and the river carved like a valley in a mountain range. And the city is basically like a super thin stretch along this river. And like at like 120, 130, 140 years ago, they bought this like suspended monorail public transport system that basically hangs over the river and like glides along the river. It's super cool. Look it up. It's Wuppertal, Wuppertal. Like I've never been there, but this is like I'm kind of fascinated with that system. Yeah, that's where Knipex is coming from. Yep. And then also like what I actually buy fairly a lot is Viha, which is also a really nice tool brand from Germany. I also have this one. Ha! Yeah, I guess we can like kind of align the preloaded nuts. Like we have 4 preloaded nuts in here for those. I think we can just like screw them in so that we can slide them up and down. Then we can align them. Let me quickly see what they use for screws. 3x8. I'm not aware what CA glue is. I mostly I've seen it, but it doesn't ring a bell. Yeah, like I'm complete idiot when it comes to glue. It's really like, I mean, this worked now kind of well, but usually as soon as I like look at super glue, I have it on my fingers. That's like kind of like how it goes. Let's see. Let's just firstly like. These are like a little bit tight again, like it doesn't, the screws don't slide in fully. Let's just kind of get it done in one. Oh shit. Oh no, this is not good. Ah. Okay, so if the 2 nuts are completely like next to each other, the distance between the nuts is larger than what we have here, like the 2 holes. Aye. So you can't screw it in like this. That sucks. Let's see. Well, I have a solution. Let's do it like this. So, earlier I thought I forgot to preload nuts, which I didn't in the end. I just was unable to read the manual, which of course is also a very common occurrence. But the LDO kits comes with these slide-in nuts. They are technically meant to, yeah, exactly. Ballistic Tech, you had the same idea. But yeah, they're meant to have like a plastic backer, like a 3D printed backing piece, because like without it, it's really hard to screw into them. But I think I found out how to do that earlier. Let's just make sure that we use like the middle one. Then we'll just like slide. This one is like, it won't stay up. This one is a very slidey one. Okay, let's use it then too. My idea was to have like one spare nut on top and one on bottom, but then yeah, let's just move this one down and this one down. Let's just pretend they are not here. Okay, let's drop the drop-in nuts. Let's do one here first. Just need to figure out again which direction they go in. Oh no, it's stuck. Shit. Why are you stuck? I mean, I put it in the wrong direction, but now it's completely... No, here we go. Okay, so this is not the direction to put them in. It's with the chamfered edges to the front, I guess? Which doesn't really want to go in like. No, it must be with the chamfered edges to the back. Alright, here we go. Now it's dropped. Now the problem is like without the plastic 3D printed part on the back, like they're way too low in the rail. So you kind of have to like prop them up a bit so that the screw can catch them. Oh, maybe the magnets do the trick here already. Not sure if it's... I'm kind of trying to do it like I have the bed here and the tool head. I mean, tool head can just move back. I mean, there's something going on. In worst case, I just screw it down with one at the moment. I mean, it won't like fall down or anything. But I think I need to print the backing part. Because like it's too low in the rail and I can't quite get it up. I mean, maybe at the end we can try. I'm not sure if you see the problem, but basically like it's just like the nut is on the bottom of the rail. And we really need this like 3D printed part. I'm also not sure if the screw is all the way in because like the screw head is like out. I mean, it's staying there because of the magnets. The magnets are dragging it. Yeah, okay. think I'll do that later. I will print the part. I'll print the backing part first, and then I'll do it later. So I'll just leave that there for now. Then they are like just tightened with or fastened with one, which is, yeah, it should be fine, right? Like, should be fine. To be honest, like if you tighten them, like you wouldn't even need the second screw. It's not like this is like having any like load on it or anything. It's just like to align them. Let's see if we can just like pretend something is in there. See? I mean, if you don't tell anyone, nobody will know. Let's not tighten that down, though. Okay, so we can still like slide it up and down. Okay. Then my favorite part. The manual says more VHB tape. So it's something like this. Okay. Could have made it a bit longer. Let's get a longer piece. I kind of want to maximize the. How long is that? It's. If we do it like 15 millimeters, that should be fine. So 15 is here. Kind of want to maximize the contact area there. Okay. Okay, this fits. It's another 15 millimeter piece. And with a little bit of luck, let's make sure we don't stick something to those pieces. We have a very good, oh yeah, that looks good. Maybe. The corner's loose, so. Here we go. One. Two. Now what I don't understand is why are those drilled out? Because the manual didn't like let us put anything in there. I do have still 2 magnets left though. So now the question is, are we expected to put the magnets in here? And we could do that, right? Like we can put in one here and one here. They're not 100% flush, but it should not matter with the VHB tape. So we align that. This should definitely help like close the door. That's a good one. Is there something in the supplemental logs of LDO? No, I mean, get rid of that VHP tape. That's 0.1, but shouldn't really matter, I guess. I mean, they only have the wiring guide. Wiring software? No, it doesn't seem like. It's just a wiring and software. I mean, we can quickly try it out, right? Like, there should not be. Oh, sorry, you're not looking. Didn't switch. But yeah, like looking at the V0 guide, there's like the Kirigami bed, pickability to a PCB, then deck panel wiring, back panel wiring, and software setup. So that's it. So I don't see anything there. Yeah. I mean, let's quickly try it out. I mean, there's not much to lose, right? Worst case, we have to do some more VHP tape. There's a little bit of binding here on those hinges. Maybe I drill them out with like a 3mm. That's a bit annoying. Here we go. Okay, so if we... I hope this doesn't scratch. Let me just put that under that. So if we... I mean, this should now also attract each other, so it aligns it. Oh, you don't see it, right? Right. There's a smudge, some sticky stuff. So if I now put this down, like that aligns each other, like it's attracting it. So it helps definitely to put the handle in the right spot. And it's curious why. I'm sure I didn't lose like magnets, but this works well. Like it doesn't matter that the magnets stick out because the VHP tape kind of like compensates for it. But I would assume that if I now put this on, that this should be fine. I mean, let's put this also like. Oh wait, it should be. Let me just make sure you see it in its full glory. But if I now put this on here, let me quickly drill it out. If I now have it off already, let's just quickly make sure that we can run it rub it through here. Like I feel some of my ABS parts are like ever so slightly shrunken. Or like, I mean they all shrink, but like a bit more than expected by Voron. Because I have it like quite a bit that like the holes for screws don't really, like where they're supposed to slide through, like they're not really sliding sometimes. Let's see. Yeah, now it's like. I mean, we could have like tightened the screw here, but closes is kind of aligned. It's like not, there's a little bit like of a small thing here, but not terrible. Okay, let's tighten the magnets inside, and then this should be. Oops. Back here. Let's put it back on the side. And then let's put this here. And let's tighten this. I think this one is the one with the proper nut. Well, it could be slight over extrusion, for sure. I think I actually reduced the extrusion multiplier towards the end of my printing, but I think that the hinges were after. But yeah, might be. Like, I'm not claiming that my parts are perfect in any way, actually. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like here on this side, like there's no like, this would be perfect. This is what we have. This would be perfect. But it's, I mean, like, it's just like from the tape, like what you get. It's not like 1000% perfect any. Also here, like there's a little bit of a gap on the side here. I mean, it's okay. Like that's better than I expected it to be. I hope the panel doesn't sit too high. Like I'm not quite sure if I lined the glass on this edge or on top. Like I lined it now flush with top, but maybe I should have aligned it with this like slightly. Let me show it to you here. So you see I aligned it now here. I'm not sure if I should have aligned it here on this like lower edge. Let's see. We'll find out, right? And it's just tape, so I can redo this. I did it now 3 times. I can do it a 4th time. It's possible. But yeah, I think this is like now all what we need for the panels, right? I don't have any panel parts left. So I think this was the last of the panel. Yes. Which means we are off to the top hat. Amazing. Like after talking about the LEDs, I kind of want to start it today. Let me see. Oh, quickly put it on the floor without dropping it. And oops, then let's just create a little of a working surface here, which is somewhat straight. Welcome to my desk. So we have left top and 4 times the sides. And as mentioned, like the LDO kit basically has also all the parts you would need for the printed top hat. If you for some reason want to have the printed top hat, I think it looks a little bit cooler actually than the extrusion top hat. But yeah, all the parts are there, like all the panels are there. Okay. So let me, I know that they're all the same size, but let me just quickly double check, because this kit like kind of screwed me over before when it comes to like the extrusion lengths. Like when I mixed, I know those are 0.5 millimeters shorter than the ones from the main kit. So by the way, ballistic tech, like what I figured out like way too late is like and ignore my bad fashion advice stuff here, no fashion advice. What I found out way too late is like if you have like a straight edge like that, just clamp it to the side of the table, and then you can just like push against them. So that's basically how I found out that my extrusions were in the same size. So just like put it between like 2 things, and then basically if you can wiggle, like not side by side, but if you can wiggle one up and down, then this one would be shorter. So this one, no, it's not up and down. Like, so if you can wiggle them up and down, one of them is shorter than the others, which means you have a problem if you need them. And again, like the length doesn't matter. It's just like if they're like parallel in the build, like let's say like those are like the 4 sides of a rectangle. Like those 2 need to have the same size, but they don't have to have the same size as those 2. That's just like the parallel ones always have to be the same. Let's quickly check those. But it also looks fine. I mean, for the top hat, I'm also not super concerned if it's not like hyper square, but yeah. I'm also not getting the glass plate for that. Cool. Okay, so we have these extrusions confirmed. I mean, this is like kind of like a throwback at this point to like old times. I was missing that. So we need M3 by 10. I think I have hex nuts here, which we need. I have M3, and yes, at this point, tool organization or like the organization would be so nice. Put that back in. We don't need that. 6, 12, 6, 30, 8. See, that's what I mean. Like, it's exactly the same, but it's 2 packs. Why do I have a pack with 4? Like, yes, I know, like they're selling it independently, individually and stuff, but it's like, it's annoying because like it adds even more bags. Do you think it could be different because LDO cut the top extrusions at a different time? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. It's different batches. I'm 100% certain of that. Because like, I mean, like this is a 0.1 kit, right? Like they only put the, I don't have the box, but it's basically, it's one box that says V0.2 upgrade kit. And they also sell it individually. You can buy that. And yeah, see, M3 by 8. It's a third with the exact same thing. Yeah, you can buy it individually, and that is also why like the main kit comes with all the 0.1 parts. Like you can build a 0.1 top hat without any problem. 0.25. Did I remove them from here? Did I already get them out? It's M6. Oh, see here? That's the same that you have, right? The 2.5 by 6, and therefore the Raspberry Pi according to the LDO manual. M2 by 8, M3 by 10. But we don't have a lot left. I'm not sure if that is enough. I know that there are multiple packs of those. We have, again, like, you know, this is like the what I find annoying. Is it 12 or is it 10? Did I misread? No, M3 by 10. And it's like times 4, so I need 8 screws. But I only have 5. I mean, we can use something longer. It's not like this will kill us, but... Same thing. That's like... that kills me. I'm not sure why I'm doing that now on the last one. You kind of inspired me of organizing my parts. Yeah, I'm really not sure. I don't have any 10s. 16, 35. Again, M3 by 16, M3 by 16. M4, M2, M3 by 25, M3 by 30, M3 by 50. I mean, we can use the 12s for sure. And as we speak of it, M3 by 12 twice. Let's combine those. Yeah. I think, let me just quickly try to run 12 into the extrusion, but I'm pretty sure that they're tapped deep enough because I know that I used one M3 by 12 accidentally in one spot. Yeah, see? Perfect. Let's just use M3 by 12 because we have plenty of those left. Yeah, but it's a bit annoying. I'm pretty sure the M3 by 8 would also work perfectly fine there. Okay. Oh no, did we not put the nuts back in? Yeah, we did. And yeah, we have like, I think I already like removed like 2 bags of M3 hex nuts. So I think there were at least 3 or 4 bags. We still have 2. Let's... Okay, let's put it over here. Then let's do it consistent. Then I save the M3 by 10 for something else. And then let's do M3 by 12 for all of them. Okay. Let's put those back for now. We have 4 of those, and we need to preload some nuts. Yeah, I heard you saying that you bought an extra hardware kit, but this is like, it's not the worst idea. Like the only thing that was missing for the LDO kit was the washers. Not sure if you remember or were part of that, but basically like the LDO kit doesn't contain enough washers. So I ended up, I mean that's an easy thing to buy. I bought this for like €2, which is just like random M3 washers. And it's fine for like on top of the motors and under the bed. So it's not a big deal. But yeah, besides this, like everything was there. Minus now the M3 by 10, but I might have just misplaced. Like I don't want to like blame LDO now. I might have just misplaced 1 bag of M3 by 10. Or I used M3 by 10 for the wrong thing at some point, right? That's also like a possibility you always have. That you just used the wrong screw. Excellent. Like initially, for example, I used M2 by 6 or M2 by 8 socket head, I think it was. For something I should have used M2 by 8 button. No, other way around. I used M2 by 8 button head, but I should have used M2 by 8 socket head. And I only randomly found it out later when I like rebuilt the frame and I had to pull it apart. And then I followed the manual again and was like, oh, that's a mistake. But yeah, it's like very easy to use the wrong screw for something in one spot. I should have done, oh, interesting. Do you see that? There's an issue, error in the extrusion. It's little, I mean, it's not deep, it's like just an issue from the cutting. Little tiny piece. Let's see if we can get it in. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it goes in. I know that Greg's Maker Corner made a review on the LDO kit, and he had like massively deformed extrusions from the upgrade kit for the top head, where like the ends were like bent and everything. So mine look okay, minus this like tiny thingy there. But yeah, it seems like coming back to like that the extrusions from top head are shorter. It definitely seems to that it's like different batches. Yeah, I mean, like having like extra parts is smart in general, especially because you build two, right? So I mean, like worst case, you could substitute from the LDO kit. Like, I mean, like I'm basically done, right? And I have a complete bag of screws left. Like especially like the M3x6, I have like 100 left, I think. M3x8, massive amounts left. M2x6, these are the ones for linear rails, massive amounts left. Also like things that are like only, for example, like the lock nuts, you need 3, they give you 6. Or here this T-nut for the belts, you need 2, they give you 3. So it's like generally like the overstock on parts a fair bit, so the likelihood of the LDO kit missing something is quite low. I mean, like now the M3x10, if it's missing from the kit, I don't know. But then, yeah, you can just substitute it with something else usually. Yeah, the fans and inexpensive kits is one thing I also read about. I mean, the LDO kit comes with LDO branded fans, and I'm actually like pleasantly surprised. I expected the V0 to be super, super loud because of the 24-volt fans and like LDO branded fans, I'm not quite sure. But it's like pleasantly silent. I was on the Infill podcast on Thursday evening, and I had the V0 running in the background as like a little prop. And it was completely silent. I put it in stealth drop though, like the steppers were running in stealth drop, but like you couldn't hear anything on stream from the printer, which was really nice. Fans were off. That's the other thing. Like I was just like running it left, right, 10,000 times in a loop. That's my first macro, I guess. But it's really silent. Also, the fans are like not that bad. Like I assume like if I now enclose it, like you would barely hear the fans. I mean, the Formbot kit is a fair bit cheaper than the LDO kit, right? Like it's more like the budget oriented end for sure. So it makes sense because like, I mean, it doesn't. It actually doesn't. Like, if you, I mean, like, how much is a hex nut? Like, at scale, it's nothing, right? Like, it's nothing. If you buy it individually, it's like almost nothing. But if you like buy at scale those hard, let's say like you make 2,000 kits. I don't know how many V0 kits Formbot sells, but let's say like they buy exclusively hardware for the V0 kits and they sell like 2,000. I don't know. If you buy like M3 screws or M3 nuts, this kit comes with like, let's say like 200. You need 100. You know, like how much can it be if you double the amount of nuts per kit? It can't be a lot of money. I mean, in the end, if you calculate over all the kits, you save maybe like $1,000 or something. I don't know, most likely not. But yeah, it can't be a lot. Yeah, $349 is very cheap. For me, the LDO, I think I looked at the Seaboard kit at one point, which I think is a bit more expensive than Voron kit. I don't remember the pricing. But after like import duties and taxes and everything and shipping, I basically had the same price as the LDO kit, because like this is like a business expense for me. Like it is because I use it for testing and everything. But like then I don't have to pay the VAT taxes, and that basically meant like it was pretty much the same price as the Seaboard kit. And then I was like, yeah, okay, then I'd rather have the higher quality one and print the parts myself. So yeah, but in the end, I think was a good decision. Like I'm really happy with the kit. It's also what I wrote LDO as feedback. Like I'm really happy. Yeah, the printed part from the Seaboard kit are amazing. Like that's like one thing. I mean, like there's just like I think Alan Mendick got like really shitty parts out of the Seaboard kit. But I think Modbot had good parts, so maybe you kind of have a little bit. There needs to be a little bit of luck involved. That you get good parts. Yeah, and LDO being available in local distribution, like I had multiple resellers available for me to choose from. Oh, 1 second. For some reason, my AirPods don't tell me. Wait, I need to quickly check that the microphone is still the right one. Still the right one. For some reason, my AirPods don't tell me anymore, like when the battery is about to run out. They're just like, okay, I'm out. Yeah, LDO is super involved. Like, I mean, I was reaching out to them with feedback about the kit, like 2 days ago, before my stepper motor disaster. And yeah, they immediately responded, like multiple people from LDO, like Jason was there, Cameron was there. They were like trying to figure out. And I sent Cameron some pictures of my stepper because seemingly my stepper has wrong cabling. This was why the stepper went backwards with the LDO configuration. They're like immediately jumping on that, and it's like super nice. Okay, so I mean, I kind of know by now where this is going. So we put them together as usual. And we have on top and on the sides and 3 nuts. We put the panel on, side panel on. Okay. I mean, like, it's more of the same. It's like hardly a surprise by now. Let's see, we have to orient in the right way. So let's put this one here and this one there. Then you have the through holes. I assembled and disassembled this stupid frame so often. By now, like, I can do it blind. By the way, like I kind of optimized my frame assembly, and having this is so nice. Like having this like clamped down, because you can now like pull the extrusion to you, and then if you push down at the same time the vertical extrusion, you will have a perfect, like perfectly aligned thing. Given that extrusion is cut square on the end here, like the bottom here doesn't really matter, but if this is square, like you will now have a perfect right angle. Like that's like the best way to do it. Having the engineering square is nice to check, but this one is like, and like this table isn't flat, so you need to have like a flat surface. I used the tempered glass side panel from my gaming PC. That's what I used before. And like I was like freaking out because I couldn't get my frame square, and I was like, am I too stupid to do that? But no, turns out it was just like the wrong extrusion. Yeah, anyway, LDO, like frankly honest, like they're doing just an amazing job marketing wise, because like they're so involved in the community. Like everyone is like seeing them as part of the community. Like also like when they sponsor like streams with the different creators, and like then Jason is there like in the chat, and like people like chat with him a bit and everything. It's a very smart marketing tactic, like to be honest. That is one thing you really have to admit, but it's nice. Like don't get me wrong, like I'm very happy that they do it this way. But it influenced my buying decision of the LDO kit also a lot. I'm not gonna lie. So it's like, yeah, they know what they're doing there. But yeah, it's also a lot of work then for them, right? Because like, for example, like Formbot and Seaboard, they are not as responsive to feedback. No, I'm doing the wrong way. Perfect. So it's like for LDO, like I think the kits most likely have the highest quality, not only in parts, but also like in ease of assembly. But yeah, it means they can ask a higher price, but it's also like more work, of course, to like put everything together, make sure everything is correct. This is a very long screw. Here we go. So pull towards the ruler, push down here on the other extrusion and here, and then like it should be fine. Double check, we have the nuts in the right position, yes. Yeah, of course, like, so here's the thing, like, if I wouldn't have had the money for the LDO kit, most likely, right? Like, then the option is out. Then it's nice that it's a cool kit and has like a lot of high quality parts and like the support is amazing and everything. But if you can't afford the extra price, basically, they ask, then yeah, it's the wrong kit. And the form-bot kit, I think it's just like the benefit of the form-bot kit is value, right? It's the cheapest. That's what they're going for, which is fine. Like, especially if you're like more, if it's not your first V0 and you know already a little bit what you're doing, or you're just like it's the only kit you can afford, then that's the end of the discussion, right? But I think Seabor has a really interesting like approach here. Oh God. let me. What did I do there? Let's quickly loosen everything. Make sure it's flat and pull towards the ruler. Okay, that's one. But yeah, the Seabor kit has a really interesting feature basically with the printed parts. Like this is like, I mean, yeah, technically you can order a printed part from Etsy or something. Like there are a lot of like vendors, and like of course you have printed forward, which is an option. That's just nice that you know, like you have everything in a box technically. Thank you. I was actually super nervous about that podcast. Like it's, I mean there was some hiccup. Like in the middle, I accidentally kicked over like my water bottle, which was like super loud. I mean, now you see that's not perfectly square, right? Like because there's like a gap. If it would be all perfectly square, it would align already. I kicked over my water bottle because it was like, I was completely cramped in. Like I was basically like the back of my chair was against the desk. My knees were against the chair. I had my laptop on to see Jonathan, and then the tripod was directly against the chair with the laptop with the camera on top. Like there was like no centimeter to spare. It was super hilarious. But yeah, I'm really happy that worked out in the end. And it was fun being on there. Oh God. I forget how to screws in. I mean, like, let's assume that the table is flat. It's not quite, but it's not wiggling. So here a bit, but I guess that's let's just assume the table is, yeah, it's okay. For top end, it's fine, I think. Technologies often encourage people to save and get better version of the product. Yeah, I mean, like, if you have a fixed budget, right, like then it's easy. And I'm actually like, I think watching too many reviews, you end up buying something you don't actually need in the end. Because like, so if you compare like the parts, right? Like let's say, I'm currently looking into buying a macro lens for macro photography, and you're comparing all the options, and you have an option for like 200 euros, and you have an option for like 400 euros, and the 200 euros would most likely be fine, but then the reviewer says like the 400 euros is that much better. Like not that much, but it's better. And then like in your mind, like if you, let's say like both is in your budget, you most likely will end up buying the more expensive one. But if you wouldn't have seen the review comparing the two, you most likely would have been happy with the cheaper option. And that's like kind of like what I'm struggling with a lot, where like, do you really need the better thing, or is the cheaper one not already like, you know, okay and doing the job? That's like what I always find like difficult with like reviews, especially if you see like a lot of reviews before buying something. I mean, you will have an informed decision, but most likely seeing this higher end versions also like kind of like skews your impression of like the products in a certain way. Okay, we have the nuts on top and on all 4 sides. Perfect. My V0 experience tells me that we now need M3/6 and M3/8. Let's get those out. And that's my last box with printed parts. I still have to add the 2 screws for the cam locks, but I'll do it at the end so we can like put it down. These are the hinges. And if I recall correctly, like those are all the same. It's all the same edge parts. Yeah, they're all the same. So it should be 8. It is 8. Let's put them here. Let me quickly like clean up a bit. Let's drop all my tools in my tool stash. Then I guess these are on the sides on the bottom. They are like mirrored, of course. There we should also have 6, I guess. Right? 6. Yes, because like 2 have the hinges. So that's 6. I have 2 more of those. Are they really the same? I guess they... Oh, yeah, they are. They are. Yeah, they appear to be all the same. Oh no, they're not. Okay, here's interesting. Let me just put it up here. Or are they? Am I not stupid? This one definitely has different screw locations. Like this one has one. Those 2 are the same. This one is mirrored. This one is the same as this. This one is the same as this. This one is the same as this. Those are the same. These are the same. And then we have 4 of those. Okay, so these are 4. Okay, these are for the side. Let's just put a stack over there. These are for the side and these are for the top. Yeah, okay. Understood. The build volume is massive 120 millimeters cubed. It is tiny, but it's really cool. Like I like it. I was looking for a small printer, and I really enjoy building stuff like that. So wait, let me quickly show you. This is the printer. I'm not quite sure if I have a size comparison right now. Maybe this is an AirPod case. AirPods like that. It's really tiny. But you can actually like, I mean, you can't do big plates, of course, but like you can print a lot of stuff with that actually. Like, to be fair, like most things I print here, like for example, I printed this, right? This would perfectly fit in this area. Yeah, this one is a very sad. So yeah, like for me, it's just like having a second printer that is using Klipper. Like I have one Marlin printer now, NP3 Pro, and one Klipper printer. But then, like my idea is also like to just have this like as a, you know, like it just is there, it works. If I want to print something, I can just like send a print job to it and just like print it. The Ender, I'm kind of thinking of converting the Ender into like a multi-extrusion printer that I have 2 extruders. So basically I have like a little bit of a special capability there. Now, of course, if I need to print something bigger than 120 millimeters cubed. But yeah, it's a really nice printer. Like I'm really... Yeah, I was also looking at the Prusa Mini at first. At the Prusa... oh wait. Oh, this is not enough. I don't like the peel of those. I was also looking at the Prusa Mini at first, but so basically I wanted to have one Klipper printer. That's just my thing, because I kind of low-key want to. Low-key is the wrong thing. Like I want to support Klipper in Octoprint and OctoApp. So I need to experience Klipper, right? Otherwise I can't build like an app for Klipper. And that means I need a Klipper printer. And then the first idea was like, because I don't have a lot of space here, like it's really like a tiny place and I don't want to have like 20,000 printers in here. So my first idea was like to convert the Ender to Klipper and get a Prusa Mini. As a Marlin printer, then it would be the Prusa, and the Ender would be the Klipper printer. Oh. But now, basically I ended up with this as a Klipper printer, and the Ender will, for now, stay on Marlin. But yeah, I'm kind of like tempted to make a very cheap, let me quickly check the screws on that. I assume it's 8 for the sides, okay, and most likely it's also 8 for the top. Yeah, all 8s. I'm a little bit tempted. There's a Ender 3 to Voron switch wire conversion, which I ran the numbers on it, and I can get it below 350, 400 euros with 2 extruders. So I'm kind of tempted to do that conversion, but then I have 2 Klipper printers, which kind of sets me back to square one, which means maybe I need the Prusa Mini in the end as a third printer with Martin. But then like I'm really, like 2 printers I can manage to kind of like host in my flat, but like 3 is a stretch. I'm really excited. We're like almost at the end of the manual. I mean, I spent now, I didn't sum it up, but I think from the streams at least 12 hours. It's most likely more because we had one like 6-hour stream and a couple of like 3-4 hour streams, and like now we're already streaming for like 4 hours. So most like it's more like 16 hours on stream. But then I also had that tear down and rebuild of the frame like for 50 times, which took me like half a day at least, most likely a bit more than half a day, although I don't want to admit that. So I think in total like I'm approaching like the 20 hours. Most likely if I would now build it again, I would most likely get it done in, let's say, like a third less. But still, it's a lot of time you spent in the end. And like I didn't tune it yet, right? Like it's printing something. It's just not like I fixed the extrusion issues by now. But like there's still like work left to do. It's printing, which is nice. Like, you know. Okay, let's see if that fits. I could also just rotate that and don't have to work like on the other end of the table. Okay, let's make sure. I mean, like this is kind of like self-aligned now, so let's just tighten it down. Yeah, but it's like, thank you. Like, I'm happy you liked it. Yeah, for me, it's like, I mean, it's the first time I'm streaming. I never did that before. And it's kind of a fun experience, to be honest. Like, I didn't expect anyone to watch that, which is nice to see that, like, some people, like, I mean, it's not like the videos have, like, 20,000 views or something. But still, it's, like, nice that, like, people are here. And yeah, I hope, like, it's just informative. Like, I mean, I'm not the expert Voron builder or something. Like, it's the first time I do something like this. I think I did a lot of mistakes, but that is kind of part of the process, I guess. Oh. One done, inclusive like smudge already. I'll have to clean that later. So we do need to do 4 more sides. So looking at the parts we have, we need like, I guess, 1 of each of those. And then, I mean, on 3 sides, let's do the special side first, I guess. It would be like this. And this. I think the hinges, yeah, the hinges on the main, on the printer are inside, so outside is fine. Oh, by the way, so maybe as we are kind of like speaking about wrapping up. So the plan is that, I mean, like now we do this, and I think I would then kind of wrap it up after like the top hat is on. But then basically the next stream, like I'm so hyped to work on those LEDs. This will be the LEDs. Like I'm a little bit disappointed that we had to put on and off the VHB tape like 50 times. Otherwise it would have been a bit faster. But we need 3 here on each side. Then the next one would be the LEDs. I'm at the moment I did like, I think like 3 streams this week, which was a bit overkill. I don't want to completely spam everyone. So I'm thinking of doing like maybe a Wednesday stream, but it could also be that I just do it next weekend with the LEDs. And then after that is done, these are stiff. After that is done, I want to do one stream where we figure out what input shaper is and how to do that, because I mean, like, I know how it works and what it does, but I have no clue how to tune it. The toolhead board of the LDO Piccobilical has motion sensor included, but you have to run a separate cable to the Raspberry and then the software part of things. So I would just do like one input shaper and general tuning stream. because I kind of want the printer to print nice, of course, and I want to print the printer to print fast. One thing I noticed already, I printed those cards around 140 millimeters per second. I start getting extrusion issues. That might just be temperature related, that I didn't print, because I didn't tune the PLA properly. It's just like a random spool of PLA. I had like 100 grams left and I just printed the rest to kind of like get the printer going. Potentially we need to check the extruder, whether the extruder works correctly or whether we have like slipping or stuff there. So that would be like one tuning stream, basically, just make it work nicely and everything. And so that would be like the second stream. And then the third stream, I need to do some more research, but I also want to have like lighting inside the printer. So I want to have the toolhead LEDs, but I also want to have like proper LEDs to like light up the entire like interior. So that would be one more, and those need to be RGB, right? Because if the toolhead only has white, then we need at least RGB lighting for the rest of the printer. Otherwise, it's not acceptable. I need to see, but in the end, I would expect I can just use like a random roll of like NeoPixel LEDs. They are super cheap on AliExpress. I'll check that tomorrow actually, and then if I order it from AliExpress tomorrow and I choose the 10-day shipping, then usually it's here within a week. So that's something I want to do. And I think then we would kind of like come to a close with the V0 project. And after that, I have one more project lined up, which involves SMD soldering. So you can see idiot on stream trying to solder SMD. SMD is like the soldering on the PCB boards. So I have to order some custom PCB boards. There will be like most likely more than one stream. And yeah, then I think we're already like plenty ahead. But I kind of enjoy this, so I'll most likely just keep streaming stuff every week. That's kind of like what I try to get into, like once a week. Because like for me, like I really struggle to make time for projects. I mean, it's not like that I don't have time, it's just like I also do other things. And for some reason, like projects always fall behind. So this hopefully gives me like a little bit of like pressure to like work at least like half a day every week on some projects. Yeah, but then after this like secret project that I don't want to announce yet and the SMD soldering, it might very well happen that we tear apart my Ender 3 and switch wire it. Still need to find the funding for it. That's the problem, but if I get the parts for not too expensive, then this should be possible. And for the Ender to switch wire conversion, my goal would then be to reuse everything I have. So we reuse the hot end, reuse BL Touch, reuse all the motors. Even if they're shitty, then the printer won't be as fast, but yeah, to reuse everything. So basically only replace the motion system. See you later, thanks for dropping in. Oh, I missed one. I missed one nut here. Let's put it in. Yep. Here we go. You don't see anything. I'm sorry. Okay. This should be somewhat aligned here. Most likely we have to fine tune that. Then let's put in the other side, and then the special side of the 4 is done. Let's pull it down. Yeah, here we go. Also tighten the top ones. Let me actually like just bring the camera a little bit more upright, since it makes life easier and you don't only see the back of my hand when I do something here. Okay. It's almost the top hat. So we need one of these here. One of these here, and then we need this is the same, one of these and one of these. Okay. Let's keep the parts we need here, and we need 4 nuts. The amount of like hex nuts going to this build is absolutely insane. It's also like kind of like coming to an end. Like for the M3x8, like we have still like a whole bag. Here it's like kind of like slowly dying out. Potentially there's just like another bag of M3 hex nuts I didn't discover yet. It would be typical for the kit to have like another bag with M3 hex nuts. Okay. Pull this up, pull this up, and this goes in. Oh no. There it goes. I am not quite sure if those no drop nut mods are supposed to be that hard, but mine are pretty stiff. Most of them. Like a couple were like super easygoing, which kind of defeats the purpose. But I don't have many that are like in this like sweet spot in the middle. Let's see what it goes in here. Another attempt. Now we're in. Okay. And this should be somewhat aligned. Look in there. Here we go. Then we need another side of those. I was about to cut my fingernails this afternoon, and I'm very glad I did not. This would have sucked a lot. This was a nice one. Let's see if we find a good corner here. Oh, it's a scratch. No, it's a scratch. Oh, sad. Okay. Too bad. I'm sure if I made not a scratch or whether it came pre-scratched. But yeah, it doesn't matter. I see those panels being scratched anyways at some point. I mean, it's a tool, right? Like it's a pretty tool, but it's a tool. Here we go. Let's make sure to kind of align that. Okay. Tighten it all down. Two done. Two more to go. Here it doesn't sit nice because the hinge. Okay, we should have maybe not done the hinge first. One of those. One of those. And one of those. And let's see that we get two opposite ones, which we have. Okay, perfect. Then let's preload the nuts. I'm looking forward to being done with preloading nuts. I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. 8 more. And then we're done with preloading nuts. I mean, technically, what we could do at the end, if we're not done, we could just grab a random spool of filament and print something. Hey there, Ironic. It's going quite well. Like 2 sides left of the top hat, and then we can add it to the printer, I guess. So it's kind of like nearing the end of the manual. I just want to say, like, what we can do at the end, like after the top hat is on, I would just load like a random spool of filament, and then I would just print something random, like a Voron cube or something. And then technically what we can do is like we can make a snippet from the stream and use that as my serial application to apply for serial number for this printer. I think you just need to show it. We need to quickly read up on that, but I think you just need to show it printing. And kind of show the electronics and stuff, which unfortunately is now behind panels, but I hope they just trust me. That's not aligned. Yeah, but that would kind of like a cool idea to end up the stream. But yeah, then what I mentioned before, basically next week I'm trying to do like, I'm not sure if I keep the Saturday slot or whether I do it on Sunday, but then on Sunday I compete with all the other people and don't want to like compete with like Nero or like Steve and stuff. Or Modbot is, I think, streaming on Sundays. Yeah, so maybe next Saturday, most likely, I guess. Maybe around the same time, most likely. I would do one stream regarding the mini stealth burner LEDs to install those. Then the week after, I would do a stream with like tuning an input shaper. I kind of want to do the input shaper on stream. I think that would be cool. I've never done that, so that's complete new territory for me. And then the week after, I would do most likely installing like general lighting. Like I want to have RGB lights on the printer on the sides to illuminate the print area. But I have to order the parts from AliExpress, so that will be like a bit. But yeah, it should be like if I order it tomorrow, which I plan to, I just need to research what I need and what I need to print and everything. Then basically this would be like the third stream. And then that's kind of like the end of the Voron Zero project for now, I guess. But I have other things like lined up that will be fun. So we need to also make use of this printer, right? Nothing is good by just like building a printer and then not using it for any fun projects. But yeah, so that's kind of like the plan then for next weeks. I'm just super thrilled that like we are at the end of the manual. Like it feels like such a like infinite process of building it. Like it's fun and all, right? Don't get me wrong. But I spent a lot of time now here on the printer, like on stream. I mean, I really need to sum it up afterwards, like how long it took me on stream to build it. I did some troubleshooting stuff off stream, which I think in total amounted to like maybe 8 hours in total. Mainly it was like rebuilding the frame 5 times. I was 3 times, but like it felt like 5. So I think in total I spent like well over 20 hours. So it's just like I'm super hyped of getting it like done in a certain sense. Like it's printing, but it's not pre-printing, but it's like, you know, something. Let's see. Oh, I tightened that a bit too much. The other sides I put in the panel first and then I put on the bottom thingies, which was better. Exactly. Yeah, here I tighten it all the way down. Like I'm genius something. Perfect. Okay, let's align those. Cool. One more. The last 4 nuts to preload. It's getting like tiring a bit. Not gonna lie. Now we're at 4.5 hours. Like I'm so like doing this like now myself. I'm so impressed like how Modbot, Nero, Steve go like 6 hours for like streaming. Now this is really difficult. Maybe it gets easier over time. That's very impressive. Let's see. Okay, let's do the corners first, then the panel, and then the bottom parts. Aligned. doesn't the screw go in? Yeah, I mean, like, I'm also like not fully focused on this, to be honest. Like, I feel like I'm making a lot of like weird mistakes that I know I usually wouldn't do. I think we chatted about it like earlier. But yeah, still like it's tough. Like even like being on the stream for that long, like even if you do something or not, right? Like it's kind of it's non-stop. Whatever you do, if it's talking or if it's speaking of non-stop, let me actually take a sip of water. But it's like non-stop doing one thing, which is a lot. Like even if I would like drive a car for like this amount of time, I would be quite tired by now. That's fun. Like don't get me wrong. Like I really enjoy it actually. Like it's way more fun doing it here than it would be like doing it on my own. Plus I have kind of like the pressure of doing it and I keep doing it and not like dropping the project halfway through. Let's not tighten it. This is the last peel of the build. And these were the last nuts. Let's hope it's a nice one. Seems like it puts up a fight. Here we go. I have... Yeah, here we go. Success. Nothing happened. Okay, let's try this again. That was a stupid mistake I would have done with or without the stream. That's like typical me. Very last peel. But they're also like really hard to peel. Like they're coming off like in chunks. And the last two parts in a box, so we didn't miss anything. That's great. I have a complete pile of trash here. Like it's like boxes and like I really have to clean up afterwards. Overall, like I'm really happy how it turned out. Like I was a bit skeptical in the beginning if I would manage to like put it together in a nice way, but I'm happy. I just need to make it print a little bit nicer. But I guess it's just like the legwork you have to put in now, as with any printer. Most, I guess some printers print very pretty out of the box, but where's the fun in that? Okay, that's it. We have a complete top hat with some very nice like fingerprints and everything on it. But yeah, I mean, I guess that's unavoidable. Okay, let's quickly check the manual. Yeah, we did that. We skipped like a lot of pages. M3 by 12. That's the only thing I wanted to know. And yeah, the cam lock. Oh, we forgot the cam lock screws. Yeah, we skipped those. Which is M3 by 10. M3 by 10. Which we're quite short on, but we still have a couple. And then we need this weird jig, which I have to grab. Okay, let me quickly, I have my printed part jigs over there. I'm back in like 20 seconds. Okay, I didn't expect to need those again. That's the one we need. Ingenious. Okay, and the rest can go down there. Okay, let's quickly flip that around. Hinges are here, so the screw needs to be there. But yeah, like, unless there's a second bag of M3x10 that I didn't find yet, like it's definitely not enough in the kit. Or I used the M3x10 in the wrong spot at some point. Both totally possible. For sure we need thread locker here. Otherwise those screws will not stay at that length. Let's try to not make a mess. I lost one screw, but it's okay. Not sure if it needs to be tight. Yes. Put it back one bit. Yeah. Here's the other screw. Let's put it in. Actually, can also bring you a little bit closer. Not that close though. Okay, perfect. I'm not sure how long this needs to cure. Most likely a while. It doesn't say. Okay. That's. I know I have some random paper towel here. Let's just clean it up a bit. Yeah, this is completely loose. Do they use like yeah, thread locker? Wondering whether like glue would be better here, but if the manual says thread locker, we do thread locker. Okay, cool. Then this is a top head, right? I mean, like you're constantly like moving them back and forth. Really hard to keep those screws at 5mm. Yeah, let's see. I mean, it's not critical, right? Like if they are not at 5mm, I can loosen them and then I super glue them. Okay, let me. We need M3x12 2 times for the hinge, but that's about it. Oh, we also forgot to mount the Nevermore thingy. Let me quickly check, but it should be like M3x6 should be plenty. Which I know I have a loose one here. Oh. So we need this and the M3x. Oh, I only put out one. Okay, we should have needed 2 of those. And then I think the rest of all the fasteners can go into the fastener box and we're done with the fasteners. Let me just make a little bit of space. Top head goes over here for now. That goes up. Things we need to mount. And let's get a printer. put that on. Let's see. How does it work? I'm not sure if I understand the mechanic of this top hat. I think those need to go further up. Like in a moment, like it doesn't work, right? It's clear. I mean, the screw holes align. It's a short screw. The screw holes align. So I guess we can like push in a screw and then like we just loosen the two on the back. No, that's not supposed to be there. I think this part needs to go further up. My assumption to bottom align it was just wrong. Let's see. I mean, now it's hinging, so that's a success. Let's do the same. Interesting. I don't think this gap is supposed to be there. And it's like, that comes back to, this extrusion is shorter than the one on the bottom. I know that because I mixed one of them in initially, and I had not a square frame the entire time. So I knew that this is shorter, but it's like, it's interesting to see this here in this like very visual representation. It's not a big deal for a top hat, to be honest. Like we can make it work. It's just interesting to visually see this here as well. Okay, let's. I'm sorry, like I'm always kind of pointing you directly in the light. But it's kind of like the best setup I have. So let's just loosen those screws here. And then we should be able to kind of slide it down. Yeah. Okay, now we need to check here. It's most likely just that the cam locks are closed at the moment. Let's see, I think now. Yeah, exactly. Oh shit, I already broke it. Yeah, great. Yeah, you have to turn the Voron logo to the side so that it goes in. And I just now destroyed the Voron logo here with the screwdriver. Yeah. It's not a terrible loss to reprint this part. That's okay. I'll keep them open anyways because I want to open the top hat. So this works now. There is, I know that I kind of screwed up the door. Like technically I could do it again, but like it's sagging a little bit. Like here's a tiny bit more space than here, so it's like not super straight, but it's like taped in place with VHP tape here. So it's like, I'm not sure how straight you can get it. Okay, but this looks now kind of okay, gap wise. So let's just tighten those again. And then I think, wait 1 second. Oh god. Okay, I have definitely to fix this mount. This is driving me crazy. Let me see if I can give a little bit more overview. It's not like kind of like the end of reach. And now you see all the cables around me. There's like mess of tools back there. That's the laptop. Another mess. Oh, you don't see the mess over there. That's great. And you don't see the mess over there. Perfect. Just a bit of mess. But yeah, this is like working. That's before. And this is like the end position. Like that's where the hinges. Yeah, it's interesting. Like you see that the top head is smaller. You definitely see it. Like if you look from the front, like the extrusions don't align. They're ever so slightly more in. Which is fine, like it doesn't matter, like as long as the cam lock screws kind of fit, which is the case, like it's fine. But yeah, like initially I accidentally mixed one of those 4 extrusions here into the bottom part of the printer, and the frame of the bottom, it would just not become square. I was going crazy. I was like tearing apart like basically the entire printer. Like already had like the X-axis in just before adding the belts, and just tore down the entire printer to like single extrusions again, because I just could not get that thing straight. Yeah, it's nice, right? I like it. I'm really happy. Let's try to pull this out again. We had this moved in there for putting it on the side. Oh yeah, okay, it works. I was a bit more concerned about that. Let's see how, I think around this is what we planned to have out there. So this goes all the way up to the tool head. Well, I mean, there's a, yeah, this is loose. This gets some thread locker after the stream. There's a print in there, but I think we should put another print in there. Let me plug it in. And it's really pretty. I'm so happy. Like I will definitely reprint the skirts. Like I don't like it. It's like 3 pieces, and like you see, like there's like a. This is the end of the movement of that arm. But like you see the gaps here, and I don't like this, so I will reprint this as 1 piece. And I will also reprint it with the smaller red accent hex mesh inside. It is cool. And there's LD. I chose that as my off state for the LED, so I see when it's on. We also forget again to put this little anchor in. This is where the Nevermore will mount, but I first have to unbuild the Nevermore from the Ender 3 where it's in at the moment. I mentioned multiple times that I'm an idiot when it comes to super glue. I have to quickly. And part of the Nevermore is you have to glue in JST housing, connector housing. And I dripped some super glue on it, as say the manual, but I also dripped some super glue inside it. And then I did a quick test fit with the connector. And since then it's no longer JST connector, it's like a permanent JST connector. So you have to open the electronics bay of the Ender to like remove it. It's fine. Let's just put it here for now. I'm not sure, because now there's a gap. Potentially, yeah. I'll just put it here so I don't lose it. That's my intention right now. Oh, but it must be this direction, because like you screw in the screw from here. Like the Nevermore basically sits vertical in here and you screw it. No, I can't get it. But yeah, this is the direction you screw in the Nevermore. So the Nevermore sits here, which is amazing. For those who don't know, like the Nevermore is like an active carbon filter. So basically it's like 2 fans like pulling in air from the bottom and pushing it up the panel through like active carbon to filter out VOCs and other stuff from ABS printing, especially. Yeah, that's like my latest attempt on. It's not perfect. Like, I was more focused on the bottom squish, which I'm very happy with by now. Like it's very even, and like all the little bits of the font are there. So that's kind of nice. Okay, I did 1 or 2 of them. But this filament is empty. I was using the rest of the filament just to like kind of like tune in the printer. Speaking of it, there's a little tiny bit left here. which we need to get out. So I would say let's get the thing heated up. Let's pull this filament, and I'm not sure how high the chamber temp will be, to be honest. In my Ender 3 at the moment, I have a chamber temperature of around, it tops out at 40. It tops out at 40, basically. Yeah, this will be different. And I also don't have the carbon filters from Nevermore because they're sold out everywhere. It's impossible to get them. I have from Amazon, from a German company. But they seem to work really well because I have no problem whatsoever with smell or anything with ABS. Yeah, so here we are. Let's see. Yeah, let's heat it up so you can pull out the filament. And let's also heat up the bed already, so that takes always a bit. So let's quickly do that. And while this is doing stuff, let me quickly find some filament to use. 1 second. Okay, let's do something useful. This is the filament we will use. I need to see what I'm showing you. It's Form Titan X Red ABS. This is the accent color of the printer, basically. That's how much I have left. I think you need like 100 to 150 grams of this filament for like the V0 of the accent color. So I have plenty left. It's 750 grams full. The black parts are the Form R-Titan ABS, which is technically the same, but it's a recycled version of it. It's a bit cheaper. It's a bit cheaper, but shouldn't make any difference. And it prints really nice. That's one thing I have to say. It prints really nice. Like I had very little problems with warping. I had a bit of problems with warping initially, but that was basically because of the fan duct I used on my Ender 3, which basically directed some of the hot end fans exhaust onto the part. So basically all the parts on the rear basically of the print would start curling up. You don't see it, but there's some filament coming. Let's see. I hope I didn't cut the tube too short on the bottom. Okay, let's see if we can already yank that out. Yes, we can. Then we need a little bit more temperature for ABS. Let's just yank it all up. Okay. So now I'm interested to see how this loads, because I never did that. So technically I should just be able to push it in. Not sure if this is not in, but this is as far as I can push it. So let's see what happens if we close this. Check. I didn't quite cut it at an angle. I still have a bit of trouble like loading this. It's really hard to push it in. Like you need to really align it somehow. I didn't figure out what the somehow is yet. And this is constantly... I think I shouldn't have cut the PTFE so short. Okay, let's see. Let's push this in here. Yeah, now it's going in. Oh, yeah. Okay, perfect. There is stuff coming out on the bottom and it's red. So this is a success. Let me quickly pay attention to not like unspool the spool, that would suck. Okay. Let's close this. Technically we should run a pit tune, but I'm not going to run a pit tune. This takes forever. Yeah, there's like filament oozing out, just like on the ender. So that's all I'm used to. So let's see. Let's go to pressure sizer. Do I have that set up? Do you see pressure sizer? Yeah, you do. Okay, let's quickly save that. And let's make a new one. Yeah, save. Okay, then let me quickly pull up on the side Voron 0 STLs. I quickly need to find it, 1 second. I'm looking for the cam lock, the one we just broke. Let me quickly, I mean, I could just search cam lock idler. Here we go. We not get it in pressure sizer. I would be very happy. Here we go. So let me quickly check to see what. Yeah, you see what I'm doing. So we print that with the material we selected, 0.4mm nozzle in that. Let's quickly slice that and see what happens. I mean, technically it should work. It's the infill is way less than, well, it doesn't matter. Like I have a separate profile for Voron parts, but it's tuned for the Ender 3, so they won't really work here. Yeah, I guess then let's do that. Let's upload that. Let's also make sure to just extrude a little bit of filament. 50 extrude, so it just pushes out all the, we see it works. So it works. And then let's quickly read up on Voron serial request. What do we need to do? Complete care management above the deck panel, tool heads, doors attached and closed. Let's see if there's another one. Let's see what other people do. Printing, so just really show the printer printing. Okay, we can do that, right? That's something we can do. Here we go. So let's maybe get all the junk out. But then let's just print, right? And we can just take this little snippet from our live stream as the zero request. I think that would be cool. Let me. So. Let me quickly. I saw the handwritten thingy. Luckily we have I mean, I'm an absolute Reddit expert. Like, I use Reddit like at least twice a year. My Reddit is, and today is the like I'm not quite sure where. I mean, he didn't show anything, right? Oh, it's Rushmore. Ah, I see. No, he didn't show it, but I've seen it in other videos I've seen for zero requests. So I'm pretty sure you need it. Let's just do it. It's a bit sad that you now have the reflections of the... I mean, technically we can print it open, like it doesn't matter. Like the ABS prints really well open. Like they claim it prints like PLA, which is a bit of a stretch, but it prints really easy. Like that's definitely something I can subscribe to. Let's see. What is the temperature doing? Should kick off any second now. Maybe. Should make a prime line on the front and then it does skirts. And I hope that everything is fine. Here we go. This looks roughly what I expect. Okay. I mean, let's do it like a couple of layers and then we can. It looks like it's way too close to the bed for some reason. Could also be that the flow is just not the same as on the ender. That's very, very possible. I mean, it's not printing fast because that's a teeny tiny piece. It's just open it. Cool. So this is RV0. Let's show the username. It is printing, although with a very badly leveled bed. Let's close the door. With a little bit of a top angle here. And show everything. Just have to pay attention with the cable on the back. So printing. Cable is managed, although like can't really see anything of it anymore. Let's rotate the other way. Minding the cable. See a bit more of the cable management. Yep. This is my V0. I guess that's enough for the serial request. It is printing. Not very pretty, but it's printing. We also have this, which I want to put somewhere. It's like, I guess it's some serial number. It's just not the one we're looking for, but I thought about putting it on the back, like, oh. Sorry, I hit the microphone. I was thinking about putting this here. Like over the power, like it's kind of like aligned. So I think it would be a nice spot for that. I guess we can just use some of the VHB tape. Like there's no tape on the back. still have our friend and helper VHB. Let's just use a bit of that. Still printing. Didn't explode yet. I don't think this needs to be like high-percented, but here we go. And I thought it was done with that shit. Oh god. Make sure this is really stuck down. Oh, it's really silent, right? Like, I mean, it's printing, but I mean, you don't hear anything at the moment because of the noise cancellation thing, like filter. Almost. 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 Here we go. By the way, am I muffled right now? Oh, you can still hear a printer. But so here's the thing. This is the microphone. This is the printer. And it's literally between me and the printer is between me and the microphone. So I would be very surprised actually if you don't hear it. Let me quickly tape that and then like let me also make sure it's straight. Yep, that was not straight. Okay, that counts. We now have a serial, like some serial. Okay, let me put it away from the microphone. I'm just quite surprised, like I need to listen back to the stream, but I think I'm relatively clear even when the printer is in between me and the microphone. Yeah. Let me quickly remove the filter, but be aware like the microphone is like literally next to the printer. Oh, you know what? You don't have any audio filters at the moment. That's why you hear the printer. Noise suppression. Now you have a noise suppression filter. That's kind of like my intention I had. Yeah, well, let me remove it. Yeah, exactly. I re-edited the microphone at some point. I seemingly forgot to like reapply the filter. But did you hear like a lot of background noise for the rest of the stream? Like because there was like music on the street and my neighbors are moving in and out and like there's a lot of shit going on here. So I was really quite surprised if you didn't hear any of that then without the audio filters. It's the first time it's printing ABS, by the way. It's the first time I print with this material and profile on this printer, and it seems to. I mean, it's clearly too close to the bed, but that seems to be okay. It's printing really, really, really slowly on that small parameter. Pretty sure like it can do more, but it's also good because like the material might overheat. Yeah, small parameters is 40 millimeters per second at the moment, which, yeah, the music, to be honest, like I'm a bit annoyed by that because it's every Saturday. It's only like 10 minutes, so it's not really like a big deal. But like it's this like stupid music car that like moves through the city, and it's like it's super annoying. And then they collect like money from the tourists. And there are like many of those here, but yeah, this one has this street on their route, and it's like a bit annoying. Oh, it prints at 10 millimeters per second. Interesting, so it's way slower than the small parameters. Maybe there's this min layer time or something. Yeah, exactly. The minimum layer time is 20 seconds in a profile. That's why it's printing so slow. But I mean, it's fine. Not a massive print. Estimations, 3 minutes left. 3 minutes left. Yeah, then I already have my serial request video. I just make a YouTube short. You can like create YouTube shorts from streams. So I can do that. And then I just attach a short to the Reddit post with the request. Yeah, I think 20 seconds per layer is a little bit of a stretch. I'm using like 50% fans, by the way, on that profile, or on the printer settings thingy. It really surprised me how much fan you need for ABS. Like I started without any fan. Like I started printing open on my Ender 3 without any fan, and then basically I had the curling issues, and I luckily found out that so basically like the hot end fan basically blew air, and the air got deflected downwards, and that basically like caused the back part, like the back part of the print always to curl up, like really badly. I was already like, oh my god, like this will be such a disaster printing those ABS parts. And then figured out like just like feeling that like the fan was blowing down. I just noticed like it was the back only, not the front. And then I jerry rigged like a little deflection shield together in Fusion that I put into my fan duct to like deflect the air like upwards. And that did a trick. And I put it in the enclosure. And there was no issue whatsoever. Like even printing with the enclosure open, I didn't do it for everything, but like if I printed like no knots thingy, and yeah, other small parts I didn't close the enclosure sometimes. Worked perfectly. Larger parts I didn't try, but yeah, it was really like easy to print in the end. And then I had like a lot of issues with like overheating. Like overhangs were horrific, and like also like parts like this, it would just like melt basically completely because it just like was too hot, especially in the enclosure. So I started adding more fan, and at the end like I ended up with 50, but I also did like a couple of prints where I accidentally had PLA fan settings, like it was like layer 2 or layer 3 and then 100% fan, and it also worked. It did not curl up. Like in the enclosure was fine, outside of the enclosure like no, but in the enclosure 100% fan with 35-40 degrees environment was totally fine. It also looks nicely stacked. So something is off with our, I mean it's not input shaper, but also this print was like crazy fast, and it's like really has like stacking issues. So I'm wondering what it is. I'm still aiming, or like thinking the bed isn't 100% like properly attached. Or like it is attached, but it's still like a little bit wobbly, so you need to check that a little bit more. But it's like try and error. I'm really happy this is complete. Like, it's such a milestone. And it's only the 3rd of June. Like, I thought this would take me way longer. I'm also hungry now. Usually I eat dinner like 3 hours ago. Yeah, so basically the tool head LDs are definitely missing, and then like I think on the top extrusions here, left and right, like here, I want to have like LEDs downwards. I also saw from Maple Leaf Makers they have something that goes under the linear rail basically. So I need to see what to do there. But I definitely ordered like the LED strips already. The Picobellical board on the back has 2 RGB headers, so a bit wasteful, but technically we can have 1 for each side. Just need to see where like get the cable through. Yeah, it's the interesting part. It's like you don't really smell the ABS. Like it's really has a very low smell. Like there's something, but it's not really like. I mean, I also have a little bit of like a stuffy nose at the moment, but like also the other parts I really didn't smell. Ooh, hot, hot. That's. Wait a bit. Hot. I did not consider it. Cool. But yeah, we can open that. So the broken cam lock that I broke with the. Oh man, what is the chamber temperature at the moment? Oh, crazy. 50 degrees. Crazy. I lost my camera. Crazy. Yeah, now Revonic, I know what you meant with the never more 50 degrees. Like this was like a 10-minute print. It was like 50 degrees chamber. I mean, to be fair, the chamber temperature sensor is like on the top of the tool head, right on the back. And I noticed even when printing open, it was like very quickly like 30-ish, 35 degrees. I do have extra 4010 fans, but they're pretty loud. Like they're like high performance Sunons. I have a couple of 12-volt fans. What's your idea with the extra fans? Do you want to vent out some air to like limit the temperature? Let's see. Let me just. Patience is not one of my strengths. Oh wow, this is on there. Okay, patience must be one of my strengths right now, because if I pull off, it's most likely broken. Oh, you mean to cool the print from the side? Yeah, I mean like. For me, like in the first iteration, like I don't care about speeds that much. Like I was trying out a little bit, and I was like, I think like 120, 130, 140 millimeters per second is fine. But like I won't tune it for massive speeds at the moment. My idea is rather to have like a printer where I know it works, and I can just send files to it and print it without like having to think about it. There was like the Ender failed at that at some point. So I just hope this would be like a very reliable, like fast and reliable printer, but not like hyper fast. So yeah, I think the tool head for now I will keep stock. I do have the 0.6mm nozzle, which I didn't use at all so far. But this will be also on my playlist, basically, or like play around list. Yeah, I mean, like the overhangs. Let me just open it. It kind of looks okay, to be honest. Like it's not a perfect part by any imagination. Oh, you don't see it. Give me a second. I have a light. It's kind of getting dark. Like it's not terrible. I kind of have to find some way to show it. It's not terrible. Like the part is not round, intended to be round. This has this like weird oval shape anyways. That's fine. Like I don't see any stringing, which is nice. Oops. I mean, it could be definitely worse. It looks better than the ones from the Ender. Like if you, let me pull out the other one and we can compare it. I have this like weird arm here. Let me remove that. Let's just open that and then I should be able to just push this out. Maybe. Where are my tweezers? Here they are. Let's get it out. Oh wait, I have to rotate it to get it out. No, I can get it out, yeah. Okay. So, let's... So this is the part from my Ender. That's basically the quality I printed in with all the other. I mean, it's broken now on the front, but that's the Ender part. Let me see if I get it off now. Oh man, this is on there. Okay, it stays on there for now. But this is the Voron part. This is really hard to show. Let me make 45 degree again. This is the Voron part. Like it looks, I think, a bit better. Well, both look horrible on. The overhangs look fine. Like, yeah, it's like a bit hard to show. Overhangs look fine in this part. Like it's a very small, like was printed like with like 5mm per second. Well, let me see if I can. Maybe this is now like a permanent part of the printer. Here you go. Oh yeah, you see all the stress marks on the bottom on the ABS. Man, this stuff, like also the prime line. This doesn't go anywhere. Okay, this is a problem for later. This will be fun to get off. Because the build plate is now cold. So, we have one broken one and one new one. Let's rotate it. One second. To the open position. Then you can technically close it, but if I now push it again, it's broken again. I think the screwdriver I use is not a wise choice of tool. I know that they recommend using washers, M5 washers. Let's see what an M3 washer. Yeah, like I mean the profile is not tuned at all for the for this printer. That was basically what I did for the Ender. So there might be a lot of differences. I think it was also maybe just a little bit too close to the bed. It could also be because yeah, it could be. I mean, it will come off eventually, but for now that is on there. Yeah, you know, like having light here would be so nice. Like just like having it nicely illuminated. I have LED strips on my Ender, and it's really nice. Yeah, cool. Yeah, they say like you can use this with the M5 washer as a key. But the moment if I turn it, there's a bit of resistance, like it just breaks the Voron logo. But I think this counts. Like this one is I don't like this. This is a little bit like wobbly. I might come back and super glue this one instead of using the VHB tape. Not sure if you can see that. That's like it's on there. It doesn't come loose, but it's like not smooth. But this one is nice. Cool. Yeah, this is it for today, I would say. Thanks for tuning in. Revonic, thanks for sticking around till the end. And I will make some food because I'm super hungry. And then I will clean up here because it's an absolute mess. Like on table, off table, everywhere. It's a complete mess right now. I'll have to collect the trash at least. And then I will make my YouTube short for the zero request and post on Reddit. And then I know it takes quite a while until I get back, but then at some point we will have a serial Voron Zero. Thank you very much. Yeah, I hope this was like an improvement, like the camera angle. Just maybe as a quick feedback, like, do you like that? How I can move it around, or like the top-down angles I had? It's a little bit restrictive sometimes with moving. Like for example, like see here, like this is like it doesn't allow me to go where I want. Like it has like its own idea where to move. But I think it's like a big improvement compared to the little like tripod I had before. Yeah, like I'm trying to do one thing every stream. Perfect. Okay, cool. Thank you. Cool. Perfect. And maybe next time I get a second one to boom the microphone as I'm supposed to do it. And it's not behind the printer. Should help with the audio. Cool. Perfect. Then hopefully see you next time. And have a great rest of the day and weekend. Bye.